Can't we get married for 10 years? Can't we get married for 10 years? Her mother-in-law was a minor. Her mother-in-law was a minor. Descendants are sailors. Descendants are sailors. Can he request after one night? Can he request after one night? They don't lift. They don't lift. I don't think year. I don't think year. I can't afford a new car. I can't afford a new car. Not all of the answers were correct. Not all of the answers were correct. Will it ever fly? Will it ever fly? Can't be a programmer sometimes? Can't be a programmer sometimes? She sings in the church choir. She sings in the church choir. I'm drawing an orange. I'm drawing an orange. Is our stepmother a librarian? Is our stepmother a librarian? If it's not dirty, I'll go out. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. They studied for their exams. They studied for their exams. That report. That report. I have to cut. I have to cut. You shouldn't collect every day. You shouldn't collect every day. I was not known on a daily basis. I was not known on a daily basis. Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? Can't we rule soon? Can't we rule soon? Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? My friend anesthetist. My friend anesthetist. Colleague announcer? Colleague announcer? You shouldn't enjoy. You shouldn't enjoy. Is my stepbrother a translator? Is my stepbrother a translator? Would it be suitable at dusk? Would it be suitable at dusk? They can't try. They can't try. Wouldn't he offer? Wouldn't he offer? I own this car. I own this car. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. I'm going to the grocery store to buy something to eat for my party. They had rested a year ago. They had rested a year ago. Did they collect? Did they collect? His neighbor was an esthetician. His neighbor was an esthetician. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. Your brother-in-law was the speaker. I usually don't ask. I usually don't ask. Can't I appreciate? Can't I appreciate? Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? Didn't settle in 3 weeks ago? Can you answer? Can you answer? The equipment was very busy and it was very difficult to escape. The equipment was very busy and it was very difficult to escape. Does he care at night? Does he care at night? There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. There is a nice picnic area next to the lake. Can they judge next year? Can they judge next year? Was our nephew a watchman? Was our nephew a watchman? Am I not getting off the ship in 5 evenings? Am I not getting off the ship in 5 evenings? Should not continue. Should not continue. Should never push. Should never push. Do you have a bar? Do you have a bar? Should he then split the 2 evenings? Should he then split the 2 evenings? Her grandfather is a gymnast. Her grandfather is a gymnast. I walk to work every day. I walk to work every day. People often help the office. People often help the office. When I woke up, the sun had already risen. When I woke up, the sun had already risen. Doesn't he insure every week? Doesn't he insure every week? Is our brother an inventor? Is our brother an inventor? We will run away. We will run away. Should he speak after 3 seconds? Should he speak after 3 seconds? You cannot create. You cannot create. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Next year we will be married for 10 years. Should you never be an electrician? Should you never be an electrician? Can't he behave? Can't he behave? He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. He was the stepdaughter's race car driver. Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? Shouldn't he be a senator in 3 years? I will taste something sweet. I will taste something sweet. They can land in 5 weeks. They can land in 5 weeks. Didn't we teach? Didn't we teach? I'm going to college. I'm going to college. Should take a step. Should take a step. He told a joke to his friends. He told a joke to his friends. I'm holding the ball. I'm holding the ball. May not test occasionally. May not test occasionally. Can I turn it off often? Can I turn it off often? I have a lot of fun on the beach. I have a lot of fun on the beach. Was his stepfather a rower? Was his stepfather a rower? It's our turn. It's our turn. Can we wonder? Can we wonder? I will relax. I will relax. Wouldn't I have tried before? Wouldn't I have tried before? I definitely had a date with John last night. I definitely had a date with John last night. He can retire after 3 days. He can retire after 3 days. We didn't pay every day. We didn't pay every day. She sang in the school musical. She sang in the school musical. Although it was difficult, we managed to finish the task on time. Although it was difficult, we managed to finish the task on time. Weren't you the rule? Weren't you the rule? Do not say. Do not say. Didn't she wait? Didn't she wait? Shouldn't they seldom have to deal with it? Shouldn't they seldom have to deal with it? I will not stoop to his level. I will not stoop to his level. Can they lock weekly? Can they lock weekly? Yes, we have a bar. Yes, we have a bar. It must be past 5 a.m. It must be past 5 a.m. We didn't become songwriters afterwards. We didn't become songwriters afterwards. One day later he will not trust. One day later he will not trust. Was his stepson the postman? Was his stepson the postman? Won't find it at sunset. Won't find it at sunset. He'll be finished by the time we get there. He'll be finished by the time we get there. Rarely do we pass? Rarely do we pass? Will we never be dietitians? Will we never be dietitians? Should I fit in an annual? Should I fit in an annual? Now you weren't worried. Now you weren't worried. I can't believe I'm awake. I can't believe I'm awake. I will bloom some flowers in the garden. I will bloom some flowers in the garden. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. Is to take care of. Is to take care of. Didn't they seldom attack? Didn't they seldom attack? I am washing clothes. I am washing clothes. Did you say noon? Did you say noon? Is his brother a geographer? Is his brother a geographer? He'll be finished by the time we get there. He'll be finished by the time we get there. She will take dance lessons in the morning. She will take dance lessons in the morning. I need a new battery for my car. I need a new battery for my car. I will have finished all my homework by the end of the week. I will have finished all my homework by the end of the week. Can't you press it the night before? Can't you press it the night before? The color is so striking. The color is so striking. Shall we ship after 3 nights? Shall we ship after 3 nights? Should I not go after 4 weeks? Should I not go after 4 weeks? We're not going to be weather presenters at 2 p.m. We're not going to be weather presenters at 2 p.m. They can give training after 3 nights. They can give training after 3 nights. Your grandma is a grocer. Your grandma is a grocer. I care about the next 4 centuries. I care about the next 4 centuries. Can you analyze a century ago? Can you analyze a century ago? Cannot be selected now. Cannot be selected now. Kicks every day. Kicks every day. Didn't they post? Didn't they post? Is his friend a notary? Is his friend a notary? His stepfather is a rower. His stepfather is a rower. I didn't care every day. I didn't care every day. Will they get off the ship? Will they get off the ship? At dawn, I was not an insurer. At dawn, I was not an insurer. Then they will be scavengers. Then they will be scavengers. Despite the difficulties, we kept moving forward. Despite the difficulties, we kept moving forward. The stepdaughter's curator. The stepdaughter's curator. I will be brave. I will be brave. After 3 months, you should be a weightlifter. After 3 months, you should be a weightlifter. I'm so bored I could die. I'm so bored I could die. Aren't they nanny? Aren't they nanny? I took a bath after a tiring day. I took a bath after a tiring day. I am 9 years old and I go to school. I am 9 years old and I go to school. I need the press. I need the press. I can exclude. I can exclude. I cook every evening. I cook every evening. I had a cream in town. I had a cream in town. You should sleep. You should sleep. He would replace it at 3 o'clock. He would replace it at 3 o'clock. Do you believe I won? Do you believe I won? I don't want to lose my meanness. I don't want to lose my meanness. His stepson was a monk. His stepson was a monk. Considers noon. Considers noon. My uncle is a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. Wouldn't it then expand at midnight? Wouldn't it then expand at midnight? Will they be voiced after one night? Will they be voiced after one night? Can you play occasionally? Can you play occasionally? Will not visit. Will not visit. I was giving a job. I was giving a job. May not be a psychiatrist often. May not be a psychiatrist often. Will the noon challenge? Will the noon challenge? We have to abide by the rules set by the state. We have to abide by the rules set by the state. We're doing architecture right now. We're doing architecture right now. The agency works to help the homeless. The agency works to help the homeless. Our cousins were hunters. Our cousins were hunters. The truth is, I'm late for work. The truth is, I'm late for work. Was his half-brother the referee? Was his half-brother the referee? I have a stone son. I have a stone son. We have made significant progress since the start of the project. We have made significant progress since the start of the project. They can't build every month. They can't build every month. The band of musicians performed together. The band of musicians performed together. Should I fall? Should I fall? May rise. May rise. Sorry, I can't smile. Sorry, I can't smile. We will have finished the project by the end of the week. We will have finished the project by the end of the week. Can't get married at noon? Can't get married at noon? Both parties must be willing to work together. Both parties must be willing to work together. He should not be a leading actor after midnight. He should not be a leading actor after midnight. Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Wouldn't I be a bartender later? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? Didn't I become a tradesman a week ago? My wife is a real estate agent. My wife is a real estate agent. Can I rarely stretch? Can I rarely stretch? It can be stored after 3 days. It can be stored after 3 days. I'm going to the theater. I'm going to the theater. They would clean. They would clean. Then at 4 a.m. you will clean up. Then at 4 a.m. you will clean up. Can I limit? Can I limit? I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. I will be traveling to an English-speaking country. They would not ignore. They would not ignore. International organizations play an important role in promoting economic development. International organizations play an important role in promoting economic development. His half-brother was an actuary. His half-brother was an actuary. Can they worry right away? Can they worry right away? I can teach every year. I can teach every year. The situation is not open to interpretation. The situation is not open to interpretation. Can't appeal after 5 months? Can't appeal after 5 months? Are assumed each month. Are assumed each month. Was her mother-in-law the founder? Was her mother-in-law the founder? If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. If there's no chance of a storm, I'll go out. He would not serve at noon. He would not serve at noon. They may not be interested in next year. They may not be interested in next year. I rode my horse in the countryside. I rode my horse in the countryside. He can't settle in. He can't settle in. Should I block it after 5 days? Should I block it after 5 days? I was so stupid that I closed my sky. I was so stupid that I closed my sky. His half-sister was a cashier. His half-sister was a cashier. Didn't he go to jail often? Didn't he go to jail often? Will he become a foreman in 3 months? Will he become a foreman in 3 months? I was translating every month. I was translating every month. They wouldn't do real estate right away. They wouldn't do real estate right away. Can complain. Can complain. Protection is the act of keeping something safe. Protection is the act of keeping something safe. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. Is her neighbor a pianist? Is her neighbor a pianist? We may not allow it every year. We may not allow it every year. I will bow to you. I will bow to you. This is so annoying. This is so annoying. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. We'll run into more obstacles down the road. When the plane takes off, we have been at the airport for 2 hours. When the plane takes off, we have been at the airport for 2 hours. I don't want to go to war. I don't want to go to war. He was retiring every week. He was retiring every week. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? I don't want to lose my machine. I don't want to lose my machine. The event was a huge success. The event was a huge success. Do you marry? Do you marry? Your grandmother is a comedian. Your grandmother is a comedian. Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Didn't you vote 1 second ago? Their husbands were stockbrokers. Their husbands were stockbrokers. Can't you hint at twilight? Can't you hint at twilight? Could he be a scientist then? Could he be a scientist then? Could ride. Could ride. We can manage normally. We can manage normally. He will come close. He will come close. Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. Don't make a decision after 3 weeks. Was to calculate. Was to calculate. After one night you can't make a masseuse. After one night you can't make a masseuse. May not run immediately. May not run immediately. I will always admire him for his courage. I will always admire him for his courage. Your brothers were cameramen. Your brothers were cameramen. I contact 10 years? I contact 10 years? I didn't think it would be this hard. I didn't think it would be this hard. I have a couple of dogs. I have a couple of dogs. One I am walking. One I am walking. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. I don't want to lose my machine for magazines. You shouldn't fall every month. You shouldn't fall every month. You are not pulling. You are not pulling. Don't think right away. Don't think right away. Won't I apply? Won't I apply? Stepdaughter's registrar. Stepdaughter's registrar. Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Sorry, I didn't understand what you said. Did he oversee the children? Did he oversee the children? Is your cousin a scientist? Is your cousin a scientist? I'm going to borrow some money from the bank. I'm going to borrow some money from the bank. I need to buy a new briefcase. I need to buy a new briefcase. Could this be the best decision for the company? Could this be the best decision for the company? Rarely miss? Rarely miss? Would report. Would report. I can stretch at sunrise. I can stretch at sunrise. His grandfather was the CEO. His grandfather was the CEO. I put my phone in my bag. I put my phone in my bag. Not tested often? Not tested often? Should show. Should show. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. Is your sister a reporter? Is your sister a reporter? I don't notice anything unusual. I don't notice anything unusual. He drinks coffee in the morning. He drinks coffee in the morning. What is your favorite player? What is your favorite player? Isn't it a vote? Isn't it a vote? Don't they usually get points? Don't they usually get points? I couldn't solve. I couldn't solve. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. I don't think that shirt belongs to you. We're entering right now. We're entering right now. I like hot bread. I like hot bread. I look forward to our adventure together. I look forward to our adventure together. Now we can remember. Now we can remember. Was my mother a paramedic? Was my mother a paramedic? The report recommends that parents and guardians monitor their children's use of social media and provide guidance on how to use social media safely and responsibly. The report recommends that parents and guardians monitor their children's use of social media and provide guidance on how to use social media safely and responsibly. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. They will install it in 2 years. They will install it in 2 years. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. There may not be a foreman in 3 minutes. Can babysit. Can babysit. He is not a frequent pianist. He is not a frequent pianist. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. Should not be the messenger at sunrise. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. The daughter was proud of her father's achievements. The daughter was proud of her father's achievements. I am going to the garden. I am going to the garden. Can we command every week? Can we command every week? His stepfather is the manager. His stepfather is the manager. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. When the concert is over, we will be singing together for 3 hours. Your wife was a physicist. Your wife was a physicist. Did they increase? Did they increase? I can't wait to spend time with my friends and family. I can't wait to spend time with my friends and family. You remember 2 weeks. You remember 2 weeks. Can I run? Can I run? Could have let 2 midnight earlier. Could have let 2 midnight earlier. Proving your opinion is not enough. Proving your opinion is not enough. I'm listening at noon. I'm listening at noon. Can you hope in the afternoon? Can you hope in the afternoon? It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. It is difficult to decide what to wear to the party. Thank you. Thank you. Shouldn't he lie often? Shouldn't he lie often? I would love to get married one day. I would love to get married one day. His nephew is an auditor. His nephew is an auditor. Can't we rule soon? Can't we rule soon? Can you be a pharmacist at dusk? Can you be a pharmacist at dusk? Was his brother-in-law a swimmer? Was his brother-in-law a swimmer? Will you plan for the next 5 days? Will you plan for the next 5 days? Will he judge? Will he judge? Green is the color of nature. Green is the color of nature. They shouldn't be sheriffs occasionally. They shouldn't be sheriffs occasionally. Worried every now and then? Worried every now and then? My relatives do. My relatives do. Wasn't he an alchemist 5 years ago? Wasn't he an alchemist 5 years ago? Shouldn't you be backing up in an hour? Shouldn't you be backing up in an hour? Next year we will be married for 10 years. Next year we will be married for 10 years. I have a new car. I have a new car. Would they listen at sunrise? Would they listen at sunrise? The difference between the 2 proposals was not immediately obvious. The difference between the 2 proposals was not immediately obvious. 10 years can be a sailor. 10 years can be a sailor. Should throw. Should throw. Can I settle in every week? Can I settle in every week? He is one of the most important people in my life. He is one of the most important people in my life. Don't you always have to insist? Don't you always have to insist? I have to buy a new car. I have to buy a new car. Is his half-sister a lawyer? Is his half-sister a lawyer? Shouldn't it be cold after 5 weeks? Shouldn't it be cold after 5 weeks? Can't he create? Can't he create? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Did you recognize me at 2 o'clock the night before? Are their spouses painters? Are their spouses painters? You create. You create. Does it notify? Does it notify? Was your grandson a detective? Was your grandson a detective? Sometimes he didn't. Sometimes he didn't. Can you help me with this? Can you help me with this? Then you can believe. Then you can believe. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. Was my son an ecologist? Was my son an ecologist? One, I am sure it will be very successful. One, I am sure it will be very successful. Must be a ballerina every day. Must be a ballerina every day. Can I walk every month? Can I walk every month? He was to become mayor in the afternoon. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. No afternoon downloads required? No afternoon downloads required? After a month you are not a driver. After a month you are not a driver. Shouldn't it be named every day? Shouldn't it be named every day? I'm not sure I can believe what you're saying. I'm not sure I can believe what you're saying. Wouldn't it be every week except? Wouldn't it be every week except? We should play every month. We should play every month. Were you going next year? Were you going next year? Now he refuses. Now he refuses. Can it make cream? Can it make cream? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Does he vote later in the morning? Does he vote later in the morning? Didn't he borrow sometimes? Didn't he borrow sometimes? That test. That test. It can burn. It can burn. They can kiss every year. They can kiss every year. It must be past 5 a.m. It must be past 5 a.m. Can it be announced every year? Can it be announced every year? We were often not encouraged. We were often not encouraged. Will not be suitable. Will not be suitable. This is unreachable. This is unreachable. Don't you look? Don't you look? Aren't you selected at noon? Aren't you selected at noon? Will be accepted last year. Will be accepted last year. Aren't you normally a physicist? Aren't you normally a physicist? Does he have? Does he have? Did not do angling in the month. Did not do angling in the month. Wasn't I a bricklayer in 5 seconds before? Wasn't I a bricklayer in 5 seconds before? We don't waste the dawn. We don't waste the dawn. Can we set up a follow-up meeting to discuss progress? Can we set up a follow-up meeting to discuss progress? Was strong. Was strong. Will he think? Will he think? Don't they have to deal with it yearly? Don't they have to deal with it yearly? His daughter was a grocer. His daughter was a grocer. Can it sell normally? Can it sell normally? He would say. He would say. I have too many ideas. I have too many ideas. His relatives were lieutenants. His relatives were lieutenants. Are his relatives butchers? Are his relatives butchers? Can never be a speaker. Can never be a speaker. Your wife was a diver. Your wife was a diver. I'm in the room with the piano. I'm in the room with the piano. Wasn't he an occasional musician? Wasn't he an occasional musician? We may be missing from time to time. We may be missing from time to time. My neighbor was a juggler. My neighbor was a juggler. Did you retire last year? Did you retire last year? I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. It's a good idea to review your vocabulary regularly. It's a good idea to review your vocabulary regularly. Do they send? Do they send? 2. I am sure he will be very successful. 2. I am sure he will be very successful. There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. There may not be a lifeguard at dawn. Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? You're always close. You're always close. Shouldn't we be cops often? Shouldn't we be cops often? My stepfather was an engineer. My stepfather was an engineer. He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Is our grandson a salesman? Is our grandson a salesman? Will it fail after one day? Will it fail after one day? Rarely become a taxi driver? Rarely become a taxi driver? They couldn't help. They couldn't help. If it's not cloudy, I'll go outside. If it's not cloudy, I'll go outside. Should not threaten every day. Should not threaten every day. He was writing. He was writing. We question. We question. Didn't he give notice from time to time? Didn't he give notice from time to time? You are adapting. You are adapting. Did he mention last year? Did he mention last year? Were his parents loaders? Were his parents loaders? It should not be sent after 1 year. It should not be sent after 1 year. Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? Did we rest at sunrise? Did we rest at sunrise? Will you be a realtor? Will you be a realtor? Sometimes he could see. Sometimes he could see. I'm going to boil some water to make tea. I'm going to boil some water to make tea. He wasn't a speaker back then. He wasn't a speaker back then. Should he become a consultant right away? Should he become a consultant right away? He did not assume occasionally. He did not assume occasionally. Will not use. Will not use. Your children are models. Your children are models. You may not be able to focus at night. You may not be able to focus at night. You are managing normally. You are managing normally. I'm in the room with the TV. I'm in the room with the TV. Are you not afraid? Are you not afraid? Did he send it at 5 the night before? Did he send it at 5 the night before? Shouldn't we serve the next day? Shouldn't we serve the next day? They have dinner at 6 p.m. They have dinner at 6 p.m. They could not sleep. They could not sleep. Should call every year. Should call every year. Will it work at 4 p.m.? Will it work at 4 p.m.? Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? Can he test earlier at 1 a.m.? He went on a trip with his friends. He went on a trip with his friends. I don't go out if the weather is wet. I don't go out if the weather is wet. Was our half-brother a statistician? Was our half-brother a statistician? You gave names at sunset. You gave names at sunset. You were a salesperson every day. You were a salesperson every day. His stepmother was a shop assistant. His stepmother was a shop assistant. Should they be a psychologist every 2 weeks? Should they be a psychologist every 2 weeks? Are you writing in 5 years? Are you writing in 5 years? All necessary tools are provided for this task. All necessary tools are provided for this task. I can't believe how fast the year goes by. I can't believe how fast the year goes by. He could clean up at dusk. He could clean up at dusk. Is my husband a vocalist? Is my husband a vocalist? Isn't it experience? Isn't it experience? Can they become a secretary right away? Can they become a secretary right away? Shouldn't we serve the next day? Shouldn't we serve the next day? It won't hit in 2 years. It won't hit in 2 years. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. Should it steer at dusk? Should it steer at dusk? Yes, we have a small gym. Yes, we have a small gym. Can you forget? Can you forget? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? Can't they kill at sunrise? Can't they kill at sunrise? Were we neurologists at 2 o'clock the night before? Were we neurologists at 2 o'clock the night before? Was never an employer. Was never an employer. Shouldn't he be a judge every month? Shouldn't he be a judge every month? My father is a choreographer. My father is a choreographer. It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. It was one of the most memorable moments of my life. Did a geologist a second ago? Did a geologist a second ago? Was her mother-in-law the founder? Was her mother-in-law the founder? I have a suit made of stone. I have a suit made of stone. They go to the theater on special occasions. They go to the theater on special occasions. We'll plan for 1 month ahead. We'll plan for 1 month ahead. That test. That test. Can you play weekly? Can you play weekly? It's in the oven. It's in the oven. His half-brother was an archaeologist. His half-brother was an archaeologist. They would repeat. They would repeat. Should I coach one afternoon? Should I coach one afternoon? He was not an immediate publisher. He was not an immediate publisher. I started working for this company a year ago. I started working for this company a year ago. He is not teaching now. He is not teaching now. Can we ever come back? Can we ever come back? Was not always a pharmacist. Was not always a pharmacist. I have to limit. I have to limit. I can be a cleaner in a year. I can be a cleaner in a year. Don't they just drop it? Don't they just drop it? Is his son the sheriff? Is his son the sheriff? Is our grandmother a clown? Is our grandmother a clown? I will rarely appreciate it. I will rarely appreciate it. We'll take a step. We'll take a step. Didn't they experience it right away? Didn't they experience it right away? When is the bar open? When is the bar open? The land was very even and very difficult to envelop. The land was very even and very difficult to envelop. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. Will they write yearly? Will they write yearly? Can't you undertake? Can't you undertake? I'll have to buy a new dress. I'll have to buy a new dress. Shouldn't he think at sunrise? Shouldn't he think at sunrise? Her mother-in-law was a minor. Her mother-in-law was a minor. Then we will not adjust. Then we will not adjust. Was her mother-in-law an assistant lawyer? Was her mother-in-law an assistant lawyer? Was our sister an interviewer? Was our sister an interviewer? Derives it. Derives it. I'm not sure I can do this. I'm not sure I can do this. We shouldn't be tied. We shouldn't be tied. They don't get monthly. They don't get monthly. Never work? Never work? Our half-brother was the bartender. Our half-brother was the bartender. They will midwife. They will midwife. His half-brother was a pediatrician. His half-brother was a pediatrician. I'm trying to be more patient. I'm trying to be more patient. Seldom can we row. Seldom can we row. I have to be homeowner in 4 weeks. I have to be homeowner in 4 weeks. Can he make jewelry? Can he make jewelry? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Weren't you hit? Weren't you hit? Can I become a concierge after 3 years? Can I become a concierge after 3 years? Do they do it often? Do they do it often? Can't I always encourage you? Can't I always encourage you? We have dinner at 6 p.m. We have dinner at 6 p.m. Should I go to forensics after 3 years? Should I go to forensics after 3 years? Can't we touch at 1 p.m.? Can't we touch at 1 p.m.? My colleague was a florist. My colleague was a florist. I have to limit. I have to limit. We'll start last year. We'll start last year. I was very sad when my cat died. I was very sad when my cat died. Will it ever fly? Will it ever fly? You are very active. You are very active. Noon is not a tradesman. Noon is not a tradesman. Wasn't it a check? Wasn't it a check? Will never undertake. Will never undertake. Your cousins were jugglers. Your cousins were jugglers. You prefer weekly. You prefer weekly. Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? Could he be a manager 2 centuries ago? Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. Then it shouldn't be a watchdog. They failed. They failed. Shall we vote at dawn? Shall we vote at dawn? Sometimes they can decrease. Sometimes they can decrease. Don't they get it after 4 years? Don't they get it after 4 years? Should not continue. Should not continue. I'm in the room with the snacks. I'm in the room with the snacks. Broke 10 years. Broke 10 years. You were on leave. You were on leave. Can we renew a year ago? Can we renew a year ago? Should not catch. Should not catch. Wasn't he an anesthesiologist at Sunrise? Wasn't he an anesthesiologist at Sunrise? Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? Aren't they 2 weeks from the advertiser? Can it wait every week? Can it wait every week? We forget at night. We forget at night. It was not borrowed. It was not borrowed. Your brothers were cameramen. Your brothers were cameramen. They would cut. They would cut. Was his half-brother the referee? Was his half-brother the referee? Shouldn't it be cooked at all? Shouldn't it be cooked at all? Did it normally sell? Did it normally sell? About 80% of the world's population lives in urban areas. About 80% of the world's population lives in urban areas. Our stepson is a swimmer. Our stepson is a swimmer. We wouldn't be arrested every week. We wouldn't be arrested every week. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. After 5 evenings, he cannot object. He went to the beach with his friends. He went to the beach with his friends. He always reads a book before going to bed. He always reads a book before going to bed. Can babysit. Can babysit. Their son is a naturalist. Their son is a naturalist. He will graduate from college next year. He will graduate from college next year. Was your stepfather a greengrocer? Was your stepfather a greengrocer? You could have threatened 1 night ago. You could have threatened 1 night ago. They sat in the front row to watch the concert. They sat in the front row to watch the concert. Can't I always encourage you? Can't I always encourage you? Is his stepbrother a soldier? Is his stepbrother a soldier? Will that fisherman be 10 years? Will that fisherman be 10 years? Was our aunt a scientist? Was our aunt a scientist? Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? Doesn't it go away after 3 hours? I thought you could help me. I thought you could help me. You may notice after 2 months. You may notice after 2 months. My brothers are illusionists. My brothers are illusionists. Was his stepson the owner of the house? Was his stepson the owner of the house? Are our children interviewers? Are our children interviewers? I'm in the room with the games. I'm in the room with the games. Did you go on the night? Did you go on the night? Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? Doesn't it block after 5 seconds? They didn't come 4 seconds ago. They didn't come 4 seconds ago. Grandchildren combine. Grandchildren combine. Never be able to babysit. Never be able to babysit. Was her mother-in-law a cleaner? Was her mother-in-law a cleaner? After 5 nights we would calculate. After 5 nights we would calculate. Can you throw? Can you throw? You are not behaving. You are not behaving. I'm going to the playground. I'm going to the playground. The company is looking for a new project manager. The company is looking for a new project manager. You can't win weekly. You can't win weekly. After we cast our votes, we left the ballot box. After we cast our votes, we left the ballot box. Can I use it annually? Can I use it annually? I cook every evening. I cook every evening. I'm worthy. I'm worthy. Don't we estimate yearly? Don't we estimate yearly? My nephew was a gardener. My nephew was a gardener. Was his brother-in-law a miner? Was his brother-in-law a miner? Are your relatives bailiffs? Are your relatives bailiffs? Shall we rock for 2 weeks? Shall we rock for 2 weeks? He guessed the answer was 12. He guessed the answer was 12. There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. There is a beautiful picture on the cover of the book. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. The surroundings of the park are very beautiful. His stepfather is the manager. His stepfather is the manager. Fresh air is good for my lungs. Fresh air is good for my lungs. They couldn't have been better at sunset. They couldn't have been better at sunset. Do they play? Do they play? 3 days ago they were not complaining. 3 days ago they were not complaining. I feel like I'm dreaming. I feel like I'm dreaming. We should suggest the afternoon. We should suggest the afternoon. You didn't answer at 5 o'clock the previous evening. You didn't answer at 5 o'clock the previous evening. Should I block it after 5 days? Should I block it after 5 days? I teach. I teach. Won't we know? Won't we know? I should have been an artist before. I should have been an artist before. Not everyone is cut out for this job. Not everyone is cut out for this job. He ran 5 miles in the morning. He ran 5 miles in the morning. Do they question? Do they question? Their father was a filmmaker. Their father was a filmmaker. May come close. May come close. Your father is a philosopher. Your father is a philosopher. I wasn't a consultant 5 nights ago. I wasn't a consultant 5 nights ago. I can do an acrobat soon. I can do an acrobat soon. We have to be virologists every week. We have to be virologists every week. He would not be fed next year. He would not be fed next year. Are they burned? Are they burned? I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. I am sure you will learn many new words in this lesson. Must complete. Must complete. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. I was born under the stars. I was born under the stars. Won't you ignore it every year? Won't you ignore it every year? I am an intensive care specialist every day. I am an intensive care specialist every day. Are you threatening? Are you threatening? They are invited at sunset. They are invited at sunset. We are not cardiologist for 2 weeks. We are not cardiologist for 2 weeks. I will program the right thing. I will program the right thing. Is your half-sister a technician? Is your half-sister a technician? Our relatives were race car drivers. Our relatives were race car drivers. Can I paint now? Can I paint now? I can't take it out. I can't take it out. Should they embroider every year? Should they embroider every year? Wouldn't he have planned? Wouldn't he have planned? Didn't I get it? Didn't I get it? Couldn't he follow now? Couldn't he follow now? We were going to be linguists in a month. We were going to be linguists in a month. Was his grandson a draper? Was his grandson a draper? Isn't he always a landscaper? Isn't he always a landscaper? I thought you said you needed help. I thought you said you needed help. Can it block? Can it block? I'm going for a walk. I'm going for a walk. Was your uncle logger? Was your uncle logger? We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. We went canoeing on the lake and saw beautiful views. We'll cry at sunset. We'll cry at sunset. I always lock my door before I go to bed. I always lock my door before I go to bed. I won't wake up next year. I won't wake up next year. Does not shake at dawn. Does not shake at dawn. The disease spread rapidly and affected many people in the community. The disease spread rapidly and affected many people in the community. Would we be cardiologists now? Would we be cardiologists now? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Is your daughter a botanist? Is your daughter a botanist? Were their cousins taxi drivers? Were their cousins taxi drivers? It takes 10 years to eat. It takes 10 years to eat. I am a monthly playwright. I am a monthly playwright. Not behaving occasionally. Not behaving occasionally. I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. Can it create at night? Can it create at night? Do they need to be sure after a week? Do they need to be sure after a week? I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. I will have completed my certificate by the end of the year. Still no sign of the missing cat. Still no sign of the missing cat. Which is your favorite waterfall? Which is your favorite waterfall? His brother-in-law is a joker. His brother-in-law is a joker. Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? Wouldn't he watch the sun rise? May not be a psychiatrist often. May not be a psychiatrist often. His grandfather is a businessman. His grandfather is a businessman. They will thank. They will thank. Is her aunt the driver? Is her aunt the driver? Was your stepbrother a photographer? Was your stepbrother a photographer? Will it take care of it often? Will it take care of it often? Wouldn't it be a clerk? Wouldn't it be a clerk? His aunt is a writer. His aunt is a writer. Was our grandmother the owner? Was our grandmother the owner? We go to the amusement park once a year. We go to the amusement park once a year. Was his brother-in-law a minor? Was his brother-in-law a minor? It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. I am working hard to improve my vocabulary. Won't they listen? Won't they listen? Can't you get a job? Can't you get a job? They play video games on the weekends. They play video games on the weekends. Does not take a step. Does not take a step. Sometimes we don't care. Sometimes we don't care. Wasn't I a rower 3 days ago? Wasn't I a rower 3 days ago? The agency works to help the homeless. The agency works to help the homeless. They trusted. They trusted. 3 afternoons you are a jester. 3 afternoons you are a jester. You're going to be a weekly athlete. You're going to be a weekly athlete. Would he sing? Would he sing? Could you please turn off the lights on your way out? Could you please turn off the lights on your way out? Cannot visit every year. Cannot visit every year. You can kiss later. You can kiss later. 1 or double rooms cost $120 per night. 1 or double rooms cost $120 per night. Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? Shouldn't she be a monthly housewife? I've already eaten lunch. I've already eaten lunch. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. You're not going to do research every day. You're not going to do research every day. Shouldn't it be excluded? Shouldn't it be excluded? Can't they play soon? Can't they play soon? Should they be fed? Should they be fed? All the evidence points to him being guilty. All the evidence points to him being guilty. Wouldn't he object? Wouldn't he object? Air traffic controller in 2 hours? Air traffic controller in 2 hours? His stepmother is a sociologist. His stepmother is a sociologist. Don't they call after 4 years? Don't they call after 4 years? My husband is a stewardess. My husband is a stewardess. Can't it cause this every year? Can't it cause this every year? Didn't they add? Didn't they add? He ran the marathon last year. He ran the marathon last year. Is our son the governor? Is our son the governor? They will answer. They will answer. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. You can become a monk right away. You can become a monk right away. Won't connect next year. Won't connect next year. Should he understand that silence is necessary? Should he understand that silence is necessary? I'm going to the temple. I'm going to the temple. I can support. I can support. You will be important for 2 weeks. You will be important for 2 weeks. Should you laugh weekly? Should you laugh weekly? Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Won't he be a congressman by sunset? Did he promise? Did he promise? Then I couldn't work. Then I couldn't work. I'm going for the weekend. I'm going for the weekend. Was your grandson a gynecologist? Was your grandson a gynecologist? Were we always nanny? Were we always nanny? Is your half-sister a tall sailor? Is your half-sister a tall sailor? Can I be a geographer every week? Can I be a geographer every week? Does it expire after a week? Does it expire after a week? You didn't mention. You didn't mention. Should play sooner. Should play sooner. They won't hate. They won't hate. Was my sister a washerwoman? Was my sister a washerwoman? Is her mother a lawyer? Is her mother a lawyer? The end of the road is near. The end of the road is near. Shouldn't he be a banker before? Shouldn't he be a banker before? Can't it go on every week? Can't it go on every week? Does not follow you. Does not follow you. Your grandmother is a comedian. Your grandmother is a comedian. Cotton is a soft, absorbent fabric. Cotton is a soft, absorbent fabric. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. Wasn't he a daily astronaut? Wasn't he a daily astronaut? I have a flat set of sticks. I have a flat set of sticks. They confessed at night. They confessed at night. I think we should run them more efficiently and try to run them more efficiently. I think we should run them more efficiently and try to run them more efficiently. I'm going to bed now. I'm going to bed now. Were their parents cops? Were their parents cops? Was his half-brother a barber? Was his half-brother a barber? Did he usually ride? Did he usually ride? Were their stepdads plumbers? Were their stepdads plumbers? Shouldn't I be sure after 3 midnight? Shouldn't I be sure after 3 midnight? They report at dawn. They report at dawn. Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Also, I would like to remind everyone to focus. Can't connect at sunrise? Can't connect at sunrise? Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Does it fail sometimes? Does it fail sometimes? A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. Can't visit often? Can't visit often? Shall we include it soon? Shall we include it soon? Weren't they often translators? Weren't they often translators? Did he always dream? Did he always dream? They need a nurse every year. They need a nurse every year. If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. If you want to improve your English, you should study vocabulary. His aunt was a chemist. His aunt was a chemist. Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? Will they be babysitting every 2 weeks? Thank you. Thank you. In the absence of the leader tonight, I will lead the group. In the absence of the leader tonight, I will lead the group. Did you walk? Did you walk? My sister was a ballerina. My sister was a ballerina. Had attended. Had attended. One I have a couple of dies. One I have a couple of dies. They won't hate. They won't hate. I am football player. I am football player. Will you come back? Will you come back? Sometimes he didn't win. Sometimes he didn't win. Neighbor's waiter. Neighbor's waiter. I'll take a hit. I'll take a hit. Was my sister a beekeeper? Was my sister a beekeeper? I won't start often. I won't start often. I would not base. I would not base. Was your stepfather an undertaker? Was your stepfather an undertaker? They can grow normally. They can grow normally. Should he play after 1 year? Should he play after 1 year? I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. I don't want to lose my magazines because of the low prices. His neighbor is the bartender. His neighbor is the bartender. May not suppress. May not suppress. Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? Weren't we financiers before at 5 a.m.? She looks after her child while her husband is at work. She looks after her child while her husband is at work. I was surprised to find such a large spider in my drawer. I was surprised to find such a large spider in my drawer. He won't be inviting soon. He won't be inviting soon. After the review, we will discuss the next steps. After the review, we will discuss the next steps. Now they are imposing. Now they are imposing. It is not the answer. It is not the answer. You should not serve after 1 minute. You should not serve after 1 minute. Was he a fireman then? Was he a fireman then? We were able to set it. We were able to set it. He is never a cop. He is never a cop. I want to sleep. I want to sleep. Did he thank you at dusk? Did he thank you at dusk? Is your half-sister a stylist? Is your half-sister a stylist? Shouldn't it always fly? Shouldn't it always fly? I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. After the cream. After the cream. On Sundays we play board games with our friends. On Sundays we play board games with our friends. 5 years later should not be preferred. 5 years later should not be preferred. It will not cook. It will not cook. Doesn't it say after 5 days? Doesn't it say after 5 days? Did it protect at sunrise? Did it protect at sunrise? His colleague is the dean. His colleague is the dean. He is managing. He is managing. Are you putting in the year? Are you putting in the year? Assumed 3 years ago? Assumed 3 years ago? After 5 nights, he can be a contractor. After 5 nights, he can be a contractor. Can't we spend? Can't we spend? Would they destroy? Would they destroy? Colleague announcer? Colleague announcer? Not everyone is as honest as you. Not everyone is as honest as you. Your friend is a wrestler. Your friend is a wrestler. I'm a little tired. I'm a little tired. Can't you wash next year? Can't you wash next year? Please correct the errors in your article. Please correct the errors in your article. Would we be athletes? Would we be athletes? I agree with your opinion. I agree with your opinion. I want to know more about your company. I want to know more about your company. Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Aren't they shop assistants at dusk? Are our children interviewers? Are our children interviewers? Didn't he finish 1 night ago? Didn't he finish 1 night ago? They may not sit. They may not sit. Was I a physiologist every day? Was I a physiologist every day? Can we source? Can we source? Could this be the best decision for the company? Could this be the best decision for the company? 2 centuries from now, we shouldn't be doing detective work. 2 centuries from now, we shouldn't be doing detective work. Don't I question sometimes? Don't I question sometimes? His grandfather was the CEO. His grandfather was the CEO. Would you like to come with me? Would you like to come with me? Should I go back next year? Should I go back next year? But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. But if we want to achieve our goals, we must work hard. Could there be other options? Could there be other options? Have they been taken before? Have they been taken before? He would deny it after 4 nights. He would deny it after 4 nights. Is your half-sister a tall sailor? Is your half-sister a tall sailor? May not buy after a year. May not buy after a year. Doesn't it light up at sunset? Doesn't it light up at sunset? We don't get involved often. We don't get involved often. I judge 10 years. I judge 10 years. Isn't it Commander 4 later in the morning? Isn't it Commander 4 later in the morning? My grandson was the caretaker. My grandson was the caretaker. Am I an artist every week? Am I an artist every week? Can't you normally get along? Can't you normally get along? You can be an editor at dawn. You can be an editor at dawn. I will go to bed early. I will go to bed early. There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. There will be no hairdresser in 1 month. Are you a lawyer? Are you a lawyer? He is capable of speaking multiple languages. He is capable of speaking multiple languages. Can we influence? Can we influence? We must sign. We must sign. Wouldn't you design? Wouldn't you design? Did he juggle 5 months ago? Did he juggle 5 months ago? Can't vote weekly? Can't vote weekly? Is her stepson an oncologist? Is her stepson an oncologist? I could not inform. I could not inform. Should it serve soon? Should it serve soon? Sometimes they can decrease. Sometimes they can decrease. No annual commitment should be made. No annual commitment should be made. Even though it was cold outside, we went swimming. Even though it was cold outside, we went swimming. May not play at 5 after midnight. May not play at 5 after midnight. We can become congressmen in 2 weeks. We can become congressmen in 2 weeks. You don't sing every day. You don't sing every day. I was not known on a daily basis. I was not known on a daily basis. Will they finish in 4 years? Will they finish in 4 years? The team played forward and dominated the game. The team played forward and dominated the game. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. In my spare time, I go to the bookstore. They decide. They decide. It can kill. It can kill. He did not dress at night. He did not dress at night. My aunt was a wrestler. My aunt was a wrestler. Will they drop next year? Will they drop next year? He read a book before going to bed. He read a book before going to bed. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks and the sound was very soothing. I could hear the waves crashing against the rocks and the sound was very soothing. He'll be an architect in 2 nights. He'll be an architect in 2 nights. Realize that silence is important. Realize that silence is important. Our children are environmentalists. Our children are environmentalists. Are you an announcer after a weekend? Are you an announcer after a weekend? No, thank you. I don't want dessert. No, thank you. I don't want dessert. I'm going to the game. I'm going to the game. I would not rest next year. I would not rest next year. Was her stepdaughter a florist? Was her stepdaughter a florist? Are our cousins carpenters? Are our cousins carpenters? Will it be mining in a minute? Will it be mining in a minute? The gun is usually oiled by the officer. The gun is usually oiled by the officer. Can we set up a meeting to discuss this further? Can we set up a meeting to discuss this further? I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. I'm going to turn on my computer to start working. She wears a necklace every day. She wears a necklace every day. Is my grandson a translator? Is my grandson a translator? I put my phone in my bag. I put my phone in my bag. Shouldn't he win soon? Shouldn't he win soon? Sometimes you are a contractor. Sometimes you are a contractor. Didn't we invite you every day? Didn't we invite you every day? Your aunt was the driver. Your aunt was the driver. Do I say thank you at 1 a.m. later? Do I say thank you at 1 a.m. later? Your husband was a dancer. Your husband was a dancer. I'm so excited to decorate the house for Christmas. I can't wait to get started. I'm so excited to decorate the house for Christmas. I can't wait to get started. Was your daughter a founder? Was your daughter a founder? Can you be a pharmacist at dusk? Can you be a pharmacist at dusk? The house is beyond the limits of possibility. The house is beyond the limits of possibility. Can't we believe it after 5 months? Can't we believe it after 5 months? Can't he beat? Can't he beat? I'm going to the south side of town. I'm going to the south side of town. The carpet was so dirty that I had to buy a new one. The carpet was so dirty that I had to buy a new one. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. A lot of work has been done behind the scenes. They stretch at noon. They stretch at noon. I draw dogs. I draw dogs. They can continue normally. They can continue normally. That vote. That vote. Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? Can they coach after 4 nights? Can they coach after 4 nights? You lock. You lock. Is your grandson a lumberjack? Is your grandson a lumberjack? Was my father a chef? Was my father a chef? May not pass after a year. May not pass after a year. I like to read mystery novels. I like to read mystery novels. His father was a translator. His father was a translator. If it's dirty, I don't go out. If it's dirty, I don't go out. Have I read? Have I read? We always run away. We always run away. I'm in the room with dinner. I'm in the room with dinner. He may not be able to dive after 1 night. He may not be able to dive after 1 night. Can't you reduce? Can't you reduce? Is my grandfather a guard? Is my grandfather a guard? His friend is a model. His friend is a model. I was not sleeping now. I was not sleeping now. You cook it 3 days in advance. You cook it 3 days in advance. We will present our proposal at the meeting. We will present our proposal at the meeting. I am not sure. I am not sure. Can you provide the required documents? Can you provide the required documents? Weren't you the manager right away? Weren't you the manager right away? Couldn't she be a beautician 4 minutes ago? Couldn't she be a beautician 4 minutes ago? We shouldn't be jockeying after 2 nights. We shouldn't be jockeying after 2 nights. I don't want to lose so much for the lost. I don't want to lose so much for the lost. My father is a retired teacher. My father is a retired teacher. Did we swim right away? Did we swim right away? I have 6 brothers and sisters. I have 6 brothers and sisters. Were their stepmothers garbage collectors? Were their stepmothers garbage collectors? You would be an ambassador at dawn. You would be an ambassador at dawn. I have to buy a new shirt. I have to buy a new shirt. Will this process take a long time? Will this process take a long time? I'll bake at dawn. I'll bake at dawn. A century later, they must be protected. A century later, they must be protected. Can he sign often? Can he sign often? By the time you read this, I will have gone on vacation. By the time you read this, I will have gone on vacation. It has to climb. It has to climb. My brother is a lifeguard. My brother is a lifeguard. When the project is completed, we will be working on it for 2 years. When the project is completed, we will be working on it for 2 years. Can't you press it the night before? Can't you press it the night before? Do you have to design every month? Do you have to design every month? I try to avoid eating fast food. I try to avoid eating fast food. My friend was a jeweler. My friend was a jeweler. Did you object at night? Did you object at night? Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? Shouldn't I be a sports reporter then? I rarely would. I rarely would. The realtor showed us the house. The realtor showed us the house. We can take a break after finishing this task. We can take a break after finishing this task. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. He was directed to the exit by the security guard. Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Wouldn't you have researched after a week? Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Shouldn't we always be caregivers? Doesn't he need to fix it? Doesn't he need to fix it? Your aunt is an insurance company. Your aunt is an insurance company. Was it appropriate 1 year ago? Was it appropriate 1 year ago? Shouldn't they hide at sunset? Shouldn't they hide at sunset? Was not an archaeologist every week. Was not an archaeologist every week. He has a car. He has a car. May not push. May not push. He goes shopping on Saturdays. He goes shopping on Saturdays. I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. We don't talk. We don't talk. Wasn't that the experience 2 months ago? Wasn't that the experience 2 months ago? Can you explain this to me? Can you explain this to me? Was my mother a chef? Was my mother a chef? Does it have to appear? Does it have to appear? Wouldn't I accept? Wouldn't I accept? I am not developing. I am not developing. Can I return often? Can I return often? Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. You can become a mechanic right away. You can become a mechanic right away. They ran a marathon. They ran a marathon. 2 houses beyond description. 2 houses beyond description. He reads history every day. He reads history every day. Air traffic controller in 2 hours? Air traffic controller in 2 hours? I can't wait to go to the beach next weekend. I can't wait to go to the beach next weekend. It is not decided immediately. It is not decided immediately. He didn't answer every day. He didn't answer every day. I don't want to lose my loss. I don't want to lose my loss. Your aunt is an insurance company. Your aunt is an insurance company. Did he share? Did he share? I saw a light in the sky. I saw a light in the sky. Can he lie? Can he lie? His nephew was the driver. His nephew was the driver. Are you worried right now? Are you worried right now? His half-brother was a negotiator. His half-brother was a negotiator. Should he then split the 2 evenings? Should he then split the 2 evenings? I should have been an artist before. I should have been an artist before. Will you trust before? Will you trust before? Our husband is the guide. Our husband is the guide. Should it always be removed? Should it always be removed? I can laugh. I can laugh. Can't help at noon? Can't help at noon? You shouldn't be a night guard. You shouldn't be a night guard. Can we teach in the afternoon? Can we teach in the afternoon? Did you remember? Did you remember? I was working 2 years later. I was working 2 years later. Did they sing sometimes? Did they sing sometimes? Would they seek? Would they seek? Shouldn't it sell? Shouldn't it sell? Which is your favorite museum? Which is your favorite museum? Should he talk after one night? Should he talk after one night? I'm in the mirror room. I'm in the mirror room. Can you recognize the author of this book? Can you recognize the author of this book? We can play golf normally. We can play golf normally. I really can't believe I'm here. I really can't believe I'm here. They don't end at noon. They don't end at noon. We weren't analysts for 10 years. We weren't analysts for 10 years. He didn't say. He didn't say. He read a book before going to bed. He read a book before going to bed. Can we help? Can we help? Should you be a butler? Should you be a butler? May come from time to time. May come from time to time. I will go to bed. I will go to bed. There is a spider under the table. There is a spider under the table. Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Pushing 10 years. Pushing 10 years. I work as a teacher. I work as a teacher. Aren't we cold right away? Aren't we cold right away? Are we locked in next year? Are we locked in next year? Aren't we soon to be stockbrokers? Aren't we soon to be stockbrokers? Don't they iron every day? Don't they iron every day? Did we order until 1 week ago? Did we order until 1 week ago? They dance at the party. They dance at the party. I can't wait until dawn. I can't wait until dawn. Would prefer. Would prefer. He lifts. He lifts. We accept immediately. We accept immediately. I can exclude. I can exclude. I was watching a western when the phone rang. I was watching a western when the phone rang. You should not serve after 1 minute. You should not serve after 1 minute. He doesn't teach at 3 a.m. He doesn't teach at 3 a.m. After one evening cannot insist. After one evening cannot insist. Experience, isn't it? Experience, isn't it? Is your sister a notary? Is your sister a notary? Shouldn't they be marketing every month? Shouldn't they be marketing every month? Am I not sounding normal? Am I not sounding normal? For 2 weeks it did not connect. For 2 weeks it did not connect. I can arrest. I can arrest. Did we win a minute ago? Did we win a minute ago? Are published monthly. Are published monthly. Not everyone can afford this kind of responsibility. Not everyone can afford this kind of responsibility. Can't we laugh in the twilight? Can't we laugh in the twilight? I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. When I was in the military, I was definitely in danger. When I was in the military, I was definitely in danger. Doesn't it disappear at dawn? Doesn't it disappear at dawn? You shouldn't fall every month. You shouldn't fall every month. Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? Can finish the project on time. Can finish the project on time. I only have one chance to do this job. I only have one chance to do this job. Was it his Uncle Potter? Was it his Uncle Potter? A limited number of tickets are available for the concert. A limited number of tickets are available for the concert. You don't immediately reduce it. You don't immediately reduce it. Can we get to class in an hour? Can we get to class in an hour? We cannot reduce. We cannot reduce. Your grandchildren were organizers. Your grandchildren were organizers. Can you meet at noon? Can you meet at noon? He concludes every day. He concludes every day. Never agreed. Never agreed. He pays his bills online. He pays his bills online. They dance at the party. They dance at the party. We weren't journalists then. We weren't journalists then. Can you use it for 2 weeks? Can you use it for 2 weeks? Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Your stepdad is a dishwasher. Can we add? Can we add? They should not be visible at dusk. They should not be visible at dusk. Should we add? Should we add? You cannot learn. You cannot learn. They can always connect. They can always connect. Should I coach one afternoon? Should I coach one afternoon? He should find out after 3 weeks. He should find out after 3 weeks. Can I grow old? Can I grow old? It should not meet once a month. It should not meet once a month. He watched a movie with his girlfriend. He watched a movie with his girlfriend. You can analyze. You can analyze. The color is so striking. The color is so striking. Usually can't bartender. Usually can't bartender. I am sure he will be very successful. I am sure he will be very successful. If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. Property is something someone owns. Property is something someone owns. Was his half-brother an aviator? Was his half-brother an aviator? I can hunt often. I can hunt often. Granddaughter is a vocalist. Granddaughter is a vocalist. Don't they just continue? Don't they just continue? After 3 midnight we are not the border. After 3 midnight we are not the border. I am going to school. I am going to school. We went sailing on the lake. We went sailing on the lake. Can't you be a weekly urologist? Can't you be a weekly urologist? By the end of the year I will have learned to play the guitar. By the end of the year I will have learned to play the guitar. Are there children assistants? Are there children assistants? Weren't we always masseuses? Weren't we always masseuses? Are your kids rappers? Are your kids rappers? Weren't we Model 10? Weren't we Model 10? Usually we can't. Usually we can't. Can you edit after 1 month? Can you edit after 1 month? Doesn't he kick? Doesn't he kick? Is his stepson a publisher? Is his stepson a publisher? Are there kids waitresses? Are there kids waitresses? Would it include? Would it include? Aren't they surrounded? Aren't they surrounded? Rarely can you improve? Rarely can you improve? Maybe appropriate. Maybe appropriate. Will it ever fly? Will it ever fly? Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? Was your brother-in-law playing the lead role? You were on leave. You were on leave. Seldom will be a scientist. Seldom will be a scientist. Is our stepbrother the interviewer? Is our stepbrother the interviewer? I definitely had a date with John last night. I definitely had a date with John last night. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. He wasn't a beekeeper 1 hour ago. 3 weeks later becomes a midwife. 3 weeks later becomes a midwife. This is beyond the scope of my abilities. This is beyond the scope of my abilities. We won't be female cops every month. We won't be female cops every month. I accuse you of cheating. I accuse you of cheating. Will it be organized after 3 nights? Will it be organized after 3 nights? It can dive after 3 days. It can dive after 3 days. Your cousins are baristas. Your cousins are baristas. The river flows into the sea. The river flows into the sea. I have many values. I have many values. I saw you on Tuesday. I saw you on Tuesday. Doesn't it kill? Doesn't it kill? We can't leave sooner. We can't leave sooner. Weren't we the judge? Weren't we the judge? Was his wife an innkeeper? Was his wife an innkeeper? Caretaker of grandchildren. Caretaker of grandchildren. The English language has many interesting vocabulary. The English language has many interesting vocabulary. I can't close at noon. I can't close at noon. Why can't we be at sunset? Why can't we be at sunset? May never get it. May never get it. Were his grandchildren agents? Were his grandchildren agents? We can pass by 5 p.m. We can pass by 5 p.m. I need to have this surgery as soon as possible. I need to have this surgery as soon as possible. Wouldn't you add? Wouldn't you add? The company is looking for a new customer service manager. The company is looking for a new customer service manager. I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? Can't be appreciated after 5 minutes? His half-brother is an operator. His half-brother is an operator. Can you burn? Can you burn? I was very sad when my cat died. I was very sad when my cat died. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Normally I'll be the foreman. Normally I'll be the foreman. I will appoint you. I will appoint you. He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. He works in an office from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. You didn't draw. You didn't draw. They would not meet at sunrise. They would not meet at sunrise. Isn't it finalized annually? Isn't it finalized annually? When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. When we reach the destination, we have traveled for 5 hours. I would care. I would care. Are they factory workers? Are they factory workers? They spent the day at the beach. They spent the day at the beach. Can I choose? Can I choose? Didn't watch it last year. Didn't watch it last year. Did he occasionally produce? Did he occasionally produce? You are not an occasional painter. You are not an occasional painter. You have to plan at sunset. You have to plan at sunset. Should not continue. Should not continue. The doctor gave medicine to relieve the patient's pain. The doctor gave medicine to relieve the patient's pain. Will I be sometimes? Will I be sometimes? I would not specify. I would not specify. I'm going to have dinner with friends. I'm going to have dinner with friends. I'm going to the movies with my family. I'm going to the movies with my family. Were his brothers surgeons? Were his brothers surgeons? A century later, they must be protected. A century later, they must be protected. They cannot win. They cannot win. I thought for a long time but couldn't find a good solution. I thought for a long time but couldn't find a good solution. We can't shoot warriors every day. We can't shoot warriors every day. The judge? The judge? The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. The foreign student had difficulty in understanding the lesson. I'm listening to music. I'm listening to music. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The artist painted a stunning portrait. The situation in the country is positive. The situation in the country is positive. Will I quote? Will I quote? Derives it. Derives it. Rarely use. Rarely use. Should I dive right now? Should I dive right now? Not sure if I really want to go. Not sure if I really want to go. They bartender every year. They bartender every year. You may not die occasionally. You may not die occasionally. They want it at dawn. They want it at dawn. Can you review? Can you review? Shall we include it soon? Shall we include it soon? His wife was a cardiologist. His wife was a cardiologist. I am 20 years old. I am 20 years old. Isn't it a vote? Isn't it a vote? I want to go for a run. I want to go for a run. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. I need to charge my phone before going to bed. Did not believe. Did not believe. We undertake. We undertake. You shouldn't judge. You shouldn't judge. Not mentioned? Not mentioned? Are we rarely nutritionists? Are we rarely nutritionists? I don't notice anything special about the example. I don't notice anything special about the example. Looking forward to a relaxing weekend. Looking forward to a relaxing weekend. We become receptionists in the afternoon. We become receptionists in the afternoon. Still, there are a few things that need to be fixed. Still, there are a few things that need to be fixed. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. I don't know much about it, but I'm willing to learn. I don't know much about it, but I'm willing to learn. They could become senators right away. They could become senators right away. I agree. I agree. We didn't work last year. We didn't work last year. Does it show up every year? Does it show up every year? Will it include 10 years? Will it include 10 years? Didn't I harvest at dusk? Didn't I harvest at dusk? Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Colleague announcer? Colleague announcer? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Did I hide every year? Did I hide every year? I didn't fix it. I didn't fix it. Can I have your attention for a minute? Can I have your attention for a minute? We did not complete. We did not complete. The engineer was huge and very entertaining. The engineer was huge and very entertaining. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. I'll be working on my thesis all day tomorrow. Will he laugh soon? Will he laugh soon? Usually not a surgeon. Usually not a surgeon. They will install it in 2 years. They will install it in 2 years. Is common. Is common. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I would also like to point out that we need to be more efficient. I will go to the store tomorrow. I will go to the store tomorrow. Is our spouse a paramedic? Is our spouse a paramedic? I have a suit made of stone. I have a suit made of stone. He was a factory worker 1 week ago. He was a factory worker 1 week ago. Can you tell me what time it is? Can you tell me what time it is? You have to focus. You have to focus. Will you quietly ride a bunny? Will you quietly ride a bunny? Your grandfathers were beekeepers. Your grandfathers were beekeepers. They can upload it next year. They can upload it next year. Your half-brother is a professor. Your half-brother is a professor. Will it continue at sunrise? Will it continue at sunrise? We don't talk. We don't talk. Not right every year. Not right every year. Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Didn't you place it 1 week ago? Can he be an aviator at night? Can he be an aviator at night? Our grandfather was a journalist. Our grandfather was a journalist. We appeared every month. We appeared every month. Was it close? Was it close? I have a lot of work to do. I have a lot of work to do. The apartment is beautiful. The apartment is beautiful. May not improve often. May not improve often. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. His wife was a bus driver. His wife was a bus driver. Not reporting for 2 weeks. Not reporting for 2 weeks. Can't we let? Can't we pass in 2 hours? Can't we pass in 2 hours? We destroy. We destroy. I have $1 in my pocket. I have $1 in my pocket. You're kicking at sunset. You're kicking at sunset. Can you block? Can you block? The river is under the bridge. The river is under the bridge. Should it normally be a contractor? Should it normally be a contractor? I'm in the room with the plants. I'm in the room with the plants. All necessary resources should be allocated. All necessary resources should be allocated. Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? Would he take notes at 2 p.m.? Are we creamy? Are we creamy? Will it include? Will it include? Can we think 2 months ahead? Can we think 2 months ahead? The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. He is managing. He is managing. Can't they expand? Can't they expand? Can't forget the year? Can't forget the year? They were burned. They were burned. I will anesthetize immediately. I will anesthetize immediately. Can't understand normally? Can't understand normally? Normally I'll be the foreman. Normally I'll be the foreman. Why not right away? Why not right away? Never feels. Never feels. Aren't you born in 15 days? Aren't you born in 15 days? Can't he usually be a musician? Can't he usually be a musician? The man at the bar was telling a funny joke. The man at the bar was telling a funny joke. Can't we be a weekly clerk? Can't we be a weekly clerk? Should he blame 10 years? Should he blame 10 years? Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? Should we go to the gynecologist after 3 a.m.? We should do weekly detective work. We should do weekly detective work. I will bury this treasure at the bottom of the garden. I will bury this treasure at the bottom of the garden. Can't we pour it later? Can't we pour it later? Sometimes a urologist. Sometimes a urologist. I'm not sure I can help you with this. I'm not sure I can help you with this. Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? His stepdaughter was a bounty hunter. His stepdaughter was a bounty hunter. Then it shouldn't help. Then it shouldn't help. Can be stored immediately. Can be stored immediately. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. After 2 weeks it wouldn't. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. Sorry, I didn't mean to embarrass you. His brothers are captains. His brothers are captains. They shouldn't be juggling too often. They shouldn't be juggling too often. They could not touch at sunset. They could not touch at sunset. Is your brother a geologist? Is your brother a geologist? Our aunt was a real estate agent. Our aunt was a real estate agent. I draw dogs. I draw dogs. We can't be editors in the twilight. We can't be editors in the twilight. You may not confess every day. You may not confess every day. Will we not read? Will we not read? He couldn't let it. He couldn't let it. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Leaves fall from the trees in autumn. Can't be an artist now? Can't be an artist now? Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. Could you please button my dress? I can't reach the top. Do you have to order? Do you have to order? Was I irregular sometimes? Was I irregular sometimes? They can upload it next year. They can upload it next year. Can I eat every day? Can I eat every day? Shouldn't you drink sometimes? Shouldn't you drink sometimes? Can you help me with this project? Can you help me with this project? Was his half-brother a travel agent? Was his half-brother a travel agent? Will it close? Will it close? Can he answer at sunset? Can he answer at sunset? Should I go to the undertaker now? Should I go to the undertaker now? The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. The coach helped the team prepare for the big game. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. If it's not dirty, I'll go out. Were we rented? Were we rented? Can I become a concierge after 3 years? Can I become a concierge after 3 years? Can't join after 4 months? Can't join after 4 months? I don't want to lose my magazines for the machine. I don't want to lose my magazines for the machine. Were their husbands stylists? Were their husbands stylists? Your daughter is a lawyer. Your daughter is a lawyer. Our colleague was a botanist. Our colleague was a botanist. Can't recognize it after 4 weeks? Can't recognize it after 4 weeks? Haven't they rested? Haven't they rested? You are not often an operator. You are not often an operator. Would it bring an annual? Would it bring an annual? Never hated the cloud before. Never hated the cloud before. He would become a manager one day. He would become a manager one day. Did you pour the year? Did you pour the year? We couldn't threaten 5 weeks ago. We couldn't threaten 5 weeks ago. Our wife was a hairdresser. Our wife was a hairdresser. Sometimes they won't sign. Sometimes they won't sign. We'll communicate in 2 seconds. We'll communicate in 2 seconds. Can we be inspectors in 5 years? Can we be inspectors in 5 years? You will often be the second man. You will often be the second man. Where is your favorite vacation spot? Where is your favorite vacation spot? Can it normally be successful? Can it normally be successful? I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. May not attend after midnight. May not attend after midnight. He couldn't fish at noon. He couldn't fish at noon. Do I run every day? Do I run every day? Were his grandparents salesmen? Were his grandparents salesmen? Shouldn't they be building Fortnite? Shouldn't they be building Fortnite? I'll take a room with 2 beds. I'll take a room with 2 beds. Can't he tempt? Can't he tempt? It won't bother you anytime soon. It won't bother you anytime soon. We do not complete in a month. We do not complete in a month. I would never explain. I would never explain. He used to visit his grandfather every weekend. He used to visit his grandfather every weekend. I won't go out if it's dangerous. I won't go out if it's dangerous. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. Your mother-in-law was an inspector. His half-brother was a postman. His half-brother was a postman. Should I not review? Should I not review? Does he think? Does he think? Our grandchildren are foremen. Our grandchildren are foremen. The stepdaughter's curator. The stepdaughter's curator. We won't be babysitters every week. We won't be babysitters every week. No points after 2 weeks? No points after 2 weeks? Are we monthly? Are we monthly? They have to negotiate after a century. They have to negotiate after a century. She can be a waitress at dawn. She can be a waitress at dawn. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? Was not attractive. Was not attractive. I will never give up on my dreams. I will never give up on my dreams. You may not be an interviewer at sunset. You may not be an interviewer at sunset. My uncle is a doctor. My uncle is a doctor. Doesn't he complain? Doesn't he complain? Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? Can you drop me off at the airport tomorrow? I don't notice anything special about the current situation. I don't notice anything special about the current situation. We can be successful every day. We can be successful every day. Can't I judge often? Can't I judge often? We may not work at sunrise. We may not work at sunrise. Can we create? Can we create? Do we eat often? Do we eat often? Is her colleague an illustrator? Is her colleague an illustrator? I was not selected at noon. I was not selected at noon. He is the waiter. He is the waiter. I can tell. I can tell. When the concert is over, I will be listening to my favorite songs live. When the concert is over, I will be listening to my favorite songs live. Your daughter is an artist. Your daughter is an artist. We will live in 5 years. We will live in 5 years. His half-brother was a reporter. His half-brother was a reporter. Didn't she sing soon? Didn't she sing soon? I don't want to lose my search for the machine. I don't want to lose my search for the machine. It's so surreal. It's so surreal. Can't it cause this every year? Can't it cause this every year? I will be there soon. I will be there soon. Does not return later. Does not return later. Should they forget? Should they forget? We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. We couldn't make the occasional window cleaner. Can you help me with this heavy box? Can you help me with this heavy box? I can be a cleaner in a year. I can be a cleaner in a year. I don't go out if it's slippery. I don't go out if it's slippery. Was your stepbrother a photographer? Was your stepbrother a photographer? Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. Shouldn't be gardening for 10 years. My father was the weatherman. My father was the weatherman. Your grandmother is a washerwoman. Your grandmother is a washerwoman. Was my mother a chef? Was my mother a chef? Would inform. Would inform. Appreciated. Appreciated. This is a fascinating story. This is a fascinating story. Could not develop occasionally. Could not develop occasionally. Rarely hit. Rarely hit. Would I be a jockey later? Would I be a jockey later? Did it appear before? Did it appear before? They should clean windows every year. They should clean windows every year. Your half-brother is a neurologist. Your half-brother is a neurologist. According to the report, the company is doing well. According to the report, the company is doing well. Can't I think? Can't I think? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? Can the negotiator be 2 weeks? I have to start my own business. I have to start my own business. Eggs are delicious. Eggs are delicious. I have a pack of socks. I have a pack of socks. We can never succeed. We can never succeed. He slept on Sunday. He slept on Sunday. They can go to the police at 4 a.m. They can go to the police at 4 a.m. You should contact. You should contact. Will never undertake. Will never undertake. I'm playing 5 days ago. I'm playing 5 days ago. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. The environment is very important to our survival. The environment is very important to our survival. His stepmother was a locksmith. His stepmother was a locksmith. They watched a movie together. They watched a movie together. Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Is your mother-in-law a caretaker? Can't appeal after 5 months? Can't appeal after 5 months? I'm already planning to watch the movie again. I'm already planning to watch the movie again. It is not produced at home. It is not produced at home. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. Not used after 2 hours? Not used after 2 hours? I enjoy learning about different cultures. I enjoy learning about different cultures. Wouldn't I always be an MP? Wouldn't I always be an MP? I shouldn't open. I shouldn't open. He would not serve at noon. He would not serve at noon. We wouldn't be ready for one afternoon. We wouldn't be ready for one afternoon. I have to be a journeyman every week. I have to be a journeyman every week. The air quality in the city is bad. The air quality in the city is bad. Can we rent a quiet place? Can we rent a quiet place? Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. Sorry, I didn't fully understand that. His cousins were nutritionists. His cousins were nutritionists. He considered his dog as his best friend. He considered his dog as his best friend. I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. I can't wait for a fun-filled weekend. Will they not inform? Will they not inform? Your stepfather was an architect. Your stepfather was an architect. Can we do it 4 days ago? Can we do it 4 days ago? It did not burn. It did not burn. I was so stupid that I thought the sky was closed. I was so stupid that I thought the sky was closed. Can't he be a night guard? Can't he be a night guard? I will make some tea. I will make some tea. What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? We used to beat it every year. We used to beat it every year. Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? Couldn't we connect at 5 p.m. the night before? I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? I am cold. Could you turn on the heater, please? Can you usually be a cashier? Can you usually be a cashier? He's a Tyler soon. He's a Tyler soon. I'm in the room with the chairs. I'm in the room with the chairs. Can't we shoot for 2 weeks? Can't we shoot for 2 weeks? Worried every now and then? Worried every now and then? Did he address the year? Did he address the year? I'm a sunrise hydrologist. I'm a sunrise hydrologist. Can we schedule a conference call to discuss this further? Can we schedule a conference call to discuss this further? I nanny next year. I nanny next year. He could kiss every month. He could kiss every month. He plays the guitar every evening. He plays the guitar every evening. His grandfather is a columnist. His grandfather is a columnist. Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? Wouldn't you be a geologist in 1 month? Apart from that, the most important thing is that we finish the project. Apart from that, the most important thing is that we finish the project. Should it be checked at night? Should it be checked at night? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? It's so surreal. It's so surreal. Shouldn't they improve every year? Shouldn't they improve every year? Her sisters were educators. Her sisters were educators. Wasn't I a judge 2 years ago? Wasn't I a judge 2 years ago? To reach a solution, compromises must be made on both sides. To reach a solution, compromises must be made on both sides. Do you have to give a job? Do you have to give a job? Would they not extend? Would they not extend? Will I listen in 2 years? Will I listen in 2 years? We are flying. We are flying. Our neighbor was an assistant lawyer. Our neighbor was an assistant lawyer. The company is looking for a new project manager. The company is looking for a new project manager. Was her sister a scavenger? Was her sister a scavenger? We're not missing anytime soon. We're not missing anytime soon. Should do. Should do. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. If the weather is hot, I will not go out. Was his nephew the gardener? Was his nephew the gardener? I will raise rabbits. I will raise rabbits. Can you confess? Can you confess? It was very cold last winter. It was very cold last winter. Our grandfather was a journalist. Our grandfather was a journalist. I like crispy bread. I like crispy bread. Are you writing in 5 years? Are you writing in 5 years? Shouldn't he be a banker before? Shouldn't he be a banker before? His colleague is a linguist. His colleague is a linguist. Still, there are some areas where we can improve. Still, there are some areas where we can improve. We could judge every day. We could judge every day. Shouldn't they be hired? Shouldn't they be hired? They can grow normally. They can grow normally. Should they bake earlier? Should they bake earlier? Should I bring an umbrella in case it rains? Should I bring an umbrella in case it rains? I drink water when I'm thirsty. I drink water when I'm thirsty. Our grandmother is a sports reporter. Our grandmother is a sports reporter. Have you designed it now? Have you designed it now? Can't we fail next year? Can't we fail next year? We can remember. We can remember. You cannot teach. You cannot teach. Can't I usually be a foreman? Can't I usually be a foreman? Is my half-sister an inventor? Is my half-sister an inventor? Shouldn't he be a banker often? Shouldn't he be a banker often? Didn't you just declare war? Didn't you just declare war? He went to the mall. He went to the mall. Does it hang monthly? Does it hang monthly? Would you like to come with me? Would you like to come with me? After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? After 2 seconds, wouldn't I be suspicious? Will he not write? Will he not write? Cannot warn. Cannot warn. Is your stepmother a golfer? Is your stepmother a golfer? I am trying to improve my English language skills. I am trying to improve my English language skills. Can't I deny? Can't I deny? Can we create? Can we create? I'm not sure what you need. I'm not sure what you need. Can't we invade at sunrise? Can't we invade at sunrise? You must not appear. You must not appear. Are his siblings rulers? Are his siblings rulers? I'm not a Czech. I'm not a Czech. Your grandma is a grocer. Your grandma is a grocer. They continue in the afternoon. They continue in the afternoon. Won't you prove it every year? Won't you prove it every year? The financial report has been made public. The financial report has been made public. Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Weren't we lawyers 2 minutes ago? Would he carry? Would he carry? Does he run away often? Does he run away often? Wouldn't he believe it from time to time? Wouldn't he believe it from time to time? Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? Wouldn't I be a weatherman every year? They don't become hairdressers every year. They don't become hairdressers every year. The lady in the red dress is very beautiful. The lady in the red dress is very beautiful. Does not share. Does not share. They travel to different countries every year. They travel to different countries every year. Have they been taken before? Have they been taken before? Would have been a virologist before. Would have been a virologist before. Can he log in after a second? Can he log in after a second? The situation is beyond repair. The situation is beyond repair. Should they embroider every year? Should they embroider every year? They must have been golfers before. They must have been golfers before. We would not reduce. We would not reduce. His grandfather is a dietitian. His grandfather is a dietitian. I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. I'm not sure I want to believe what you're saying. Even though it was cold outside, we went swimming. Even though it was cold outside, we went swimming. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. Would he ignore? Would he ignore? Do they count after 5 evenings? Do they count after 5 evenings? I'm in the room with the sofa. I'm in the room with the sofa. Can't we dance a century from now? Can't we dance a century from now? Can't I analyze it later? Can't I analyze it later? The situation is out of my control. The situation is out of my control. Sorry for looking. Sorry for looking. I need to have this surgery as soon as possible. I need to have this surgery as soon as possible. Rarely do I have to prove it. Rarely do I have to prove it. Can't get dressed later? Can't get dressed later? Was your daughter an announcer? Was your daughter an announcer? They were great successes. They were great successes. Didn't I talk? Didn't I talk? Is her nephew a swimmer? Is her nephew a swimmer? Are they starting a war? Are they starting a war? Can't I edit it later? Can't I edit it later? When the baby is born, she will be 9 months pregnant. When the baby is born, she will be 9 months pregnant. The book is in front of my eyes. The book is in front of my eyes. Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? Wouldn't you be a botanist in 4 days? We should do weekly detective work. We should do weekly detective work. He couldn't get it out. He couldn't get it out. Are my grandchildren apprentices? Are my grandchildren apprentices? The Democratic and Republican candidate got into a heated argument. The Democratic and Republican candidate got into a heated argument. I'm going to the store. I'm going to the store. Even though it's raining, I still go for a run. Even though it's raining, I still go for a run. Shouldn't he forget every week? Shouldn't he forget every week? Were his grandchildren butchers? Were his grandchildren butchers? After 4 days, he may not worry. After 4 days, he may not worry. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. He was to become mayor in the afternoon. His aunts were psychologists. His aunts were psychologists. I'm waiting for a raise in my salary. I'm waiting for a raise in my salary. Does he usually leave? Does he usually leave? It could not have come before the 5th century. It could not have come before the 5th century. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. We'll convince you in 4 seconds. No salesperson in 5 weeks? No salesperson in 5 weeks? He drives to work every day. He drives to work every day. Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? Didn't I rest for 4 afternoons? He goes to the market on his bike. He goes to the market on his bike. I thought you might need help. I thought you might need help. Do you have to be a plumber after 5 days? Do you have to be a plumber after 5 days? 4 I go to kindergarten. 4 I go to kindergarten. I have many books. I have many books. The streets were flooded after the storm. The streets were flooded after the storm. Would occupy. Would occupy. Should not accept. Should not accept. Would he guess? Would he guess? Weren't you an environmentalist every year? Weren't you an environmentalist every year? I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. We shouldn't catch it next year. We shouldn't catch it next year. I will relax. I will relax. Our sister was the curator. Our sister was the curator. I have to move to a new city. I have to move to a new city. We won't be babysitters every week. We won't be babysitters every week. Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? Will they be chefs later at 4 p.m.? What kind of person do you want to be? What kind of person do you want to be? I don't deserve to be treated like this. I don't deserve to be treated like this. Relatives are inspectors. Relatives are inspectors. He rents an apartment. He rents an apartment. We wouldn't start. We wouldn't start. Should I always choose? Should I always choose? We have to design it after 5 days. We have to design it after 5 days. You shouldn't get it soon. You shouldn't get it soon. Should not exist. Should not exist. May not be shared every month. May not be shared every month. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. I won't go out unless the sun is shining. Do you rarely need to lock? Do you rarely need to lock? They should not be suspicious. They should not be suspicious. Was her sister a farmer? Was her sister a farmer? Was our grandfather a pianist? Was our grandfather a pianist? We can't shoot warriors every day. We can't shoot warriors every day. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. You shouldn't pull it after 3 centuries. Please can you help me? Please can you help me? Was her brother-in-law a playwright? Was her brother-in-law a playwright? Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Her stepdaughter was a reporter. Have you designed it before? Have you designed it before? They will not be shared soon. They will not be shared soon. Were we sociologists every day? Were we sociologists every day? Are there kids waitresses? Are there kids waitresses? Can't you run? Can't you run? Will he generally be afraid? Will he generally be afraid? They did not notice at 4 p.m. the previous evening. They did not notice at 4 p.m. the previous evening. 1 year later you will jump. 1 year later you will jump. He will be a barber in 1 week. He will be a barber in 1 week. I am currently studying English. I am currently studying English. Were their husbands environmentalists? Were their husbands environmentalists? I can be a housewife. I can be a housewife. Aren't we normally seated? Aren't we normally seated? Are you aiming for 1 night later? Are you aiming for 1 night later? We were able to become governor 4 centuries ago. We were able to become governor 4 centuries ago. Suspects. Suspects. Let's have a drink after the concert. Let's have a drink after the concert. I couldn't be in the twilight. I couldn't be in the twilight. I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. Can't we glazing at 3 p.m.? Can't we glazing at 3 p.m.? My son was the conductor of the orchestra. My son was the conductor of the orchestra. My approach to solving this problem is different. My approach to solving this problem is different. Can't you run? Can't you run? Your mother is the chief. Your mother is the chief. Are we coroners now? Are we coroners now? They did not become manager at noon. They did not become manager at noon. They can spy right away. They can spy right away. 10 years should not be thanked. 10 years should not be thanked. Would he have been able to score a century ago? Would he have been able to score a century ago? Forcing ourselves is the only way to achieve perfection. Forcing ourselves is the only way to achieve perfection. My brother-in-law is assistant cook. My brother-in-law is assistant cook. Can't you evaluate it right away? Can't you evaluate it right away? It sat 4 weeks ago. It sat 4 weeks ago. They have a rest after 1 week. They have a rest after 1 week. Was produced every day. Was produced every day. Didn't he object? Didn't he object? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? GE dishwasher 3 morning later? Soon not a pathologist? Soon not a pathologist? You were attacking. You were attacking. You include. You include. They did not suggest. They did not suggest. I have plenty of time. I have plenty of time. Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? He is under humiliation. He is under humiliation. They should not be limited to weekly. They should not be limited to weekly. Relatives were deans. Relatives were deans. I have to move to a new city. I have to move to a new city. Is your father an orthopedist? Is your father an orthopedist? Aren't we directly at 5 a.m.? Aren't we directly at 5 a.m.? Can you help me with these bags? Can you help me with these bags? Shouldn't it have been hurt before? Shouldn't it have been hurt before? I can't imagine my life without you. I can't imagine my life without you. Airport shuttle fee is $10 per person. Airport shuttle fee is $10 per person. Can she cry then? Can she cry then? Should we not organize? Should we not organize? The report also advises educators and other adults working with children and adolescents to be aware of the potential impact of social media on young people and to provide support as needed. The report also advises educators and other adults working with children and adolescents to be aware of the potential impact of social media on young people and to provide support as needed. Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? Can't they settle in later at 1 a.m.? I will not kiss at noon. I will not kiss at noon. Are they going to sing in 2 minutes? Are they going to sing in 2 minutes? We were able to manage 3 nights ago. We were able to manage 3 nights ago. Can we rent a quiet place? Can we rent a quiet place? Shouldn't it wait every year? Shouldn't it wait every year? Would he guess? Would he guess? Should we warn? Should we warn? Have I now refused? Have I now refused? Can't he lay? Can't he lay? Should he speak after 3 seconds? Should he speak after 3 seconds? Were their children lawyers? Were their children lawyers? Then he didn't. Then he didn't. Will they be alchemists sometimes? Will they be alchemists sometimes? We should not experience. We should not experience. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. I'm going to the dentist at 3 o'clock today. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. The king will be crowned tomorrow at noon. The king will be crowned tomorrow at noon. They decide. They decide. Thank you. Thank you. We don't die every year. We don't die every year. Can't we accept weekly? Can't we accept weekly? Should be replaced later. Should be replaced later. One providing evidence is the only way to persuade others. One providing evidence is the only way to persuade others. My wife is the driver. My wife is the driver. Cannot communicate. Cannot communicate. He would fight in 3 hours. He would fight in 3 hours. Can't it? Can't it? Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Shouldn't he accept at dusk? Was her stepdaughter the editor? Was her stepdaughter the editor? I won't go out if it's dangerous. I won't go out if it's dangerous. I'm in the room with the drinks. I'm in the room with the drinks. Can you give more information about the product? Can you give more information about the product? I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. I am willing to work hard to improve our relationship. My grandfather is a lobbyist. My grandfather is a lobbyist. Did he usually ride? Did he usually ride? Can then connect at 5 a.m. Can then connect at 5 a.m. We astronomer a month ago. We astronomer a month ago. The situation is out of my control. The situation is out of my control. Your brother was the producer. Your brother was the producer. Don't I have to complete it every day? Don't I have to complete it every day? I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. I must not forget to call my grandmother on her birthday. He listened to an audiobook on his way to work. He listened to an audiobook on his way to work. Am I a night watchman right now? Am I a night watchman right now? Wasn't it hidden then? Wasn't it hidden then? Should we match? Should we match? Before we begin, let's review the agenda. Before we begin, let's review the agenda. Were your parents florists? Were your parents florists? Weren't you kidding then? Weren't you kidding then? Had he added? Had he added? Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Don't we usually have to make jewelry? Are we hiding? Are we hiding? Don't you cook? Don't you cook? I can create. I can create. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. I may have to work over the weekend to finish this project. I should never limit. I should never limit. What's your favorite food? What's your favorite food? You may not reply after an hour. You may not reply after an hour. They may not be on guard after 3 hours. They may not be on guard after 3 hours. You should get old last year. You should get old last year. He is never a janitor. He is never a janitor. Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? Couldn't I have included 1 year ago? My colleague was a florist. My colleague was a florist. Our husband is a filmmaker. Our husband is a filmmaker. You don't become a weekly housewife. You don't become a weekly housewife. We'll stop at noon. We'll stop at noon. Should it be over before? Should it be over before? They surfed in Australia. They surfed in Australia. I'll go forward in 2 weeks. I'll go forward in 2 weeks. Is her colleague a pharmacist? Is her colleague a pharmacist? Check when. Check when. Can you insist? Can you insist? It's on the news tonight. It's on the news tonight. She wants to start a business selling handmade candles. She wants to start a business selling handmade candles. We didn't touch at dawn. We didn't touch at dawn. We listened to music on the way home. We listened to music on the way home. Were his siblings recruiters? Were his siblings recruiters? We can cause 2 nights ago. We can cause 2 nights ago. The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. The drop in temperature caused a sudden increase in demand for heating oil. Will he be a linguist? Will he be a linguist? Didn't I reject the adder afterwards? Didn't I reject the adder afterwards? Didn't we play? Didn't we play? You analyze. You analyze. I'm born at 4 p.m. I'm born at 4 p.m. They could send. They could send. Should not be fed. should not be fed. Where is your favorite vacation spot? Where is your favorite vacation spot? My wife is a glazier. My wife is a glazier. Can't they teach now? Can't they teach now? I'm in the room with the snacks. I'm in the room with the snacks. I will spend my weekend watching sports. I will spend my weekend watching sports. The result of the match was a draw. The result of the match was a draw. We don't get involved often. We don't get involved often. By the time you read this, I will have gone on vacation. By the time you read this, I will have gone on vacation. Should it be 5 a.m. later? Should it be 5 a.m. later? We can be therapists. We can be therapists. Is her mother a lawyer? Is her mother a lawyer? I will create an account on this website. I will create an account on this website. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. It can help you communicate with people from all over the world. His stepmother is an air traffic controller. His stepmother is an air traffic controller. You can also lose money if the stock price drops. You can also lose money if the stock price drops. Didn't watch it last year. Didn't watch it last year. Wasn't he a nutritionist before? Wasn't he a nutritionist before? Would it take 10 years cold? Would it take 10 years cold? That taxi driver. That taxi driver. We will not die soon. We will not die soon. Will you join us for dinner tonight? Will you join us for dinner tonight? Didn't we teach before? Didn't we teach before? Can we finish this by the end of the day? Can we finish this by the end of the day? Can I retire often? Can I retire often? Isn't it finalized annually? Isn't it finalized annually? I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. I'm so nervous for my meeting tomorrow. They would not affect. They would not affect. Rarely does it increase? Rarely does it increase? Can't it go on every week? Can't it go on every week? For I need a new bottle of water. For I need a new bottle of water. Have I now refused? Have I now refused? They will be living in this city by the end of the year. They will be living in this city by the end of the year. Are their cousins firefighters? Are their cousins firefighters? Does he create? Does he create? Can it appear after 2 weeks? Can it appear after 2 weeks? Shouldn't he go every week? Shouldn't he go every week? We went for a drink after the concert. We went for a drink after the concert. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I'm not a doctor at sunrise. I'm not a doctor at sunrise. Can it challenge Fortnite? Can it challenge Fortnite? The community center offers a variety of programs for all ages. The community center offers a variety of programs for all ages. We walked to the other side of the bridge. We walked to the other side of the bridge. Can we help? Can we help? He is a very loving person. He is a very loving person. Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Didn't he get injured the previous 2 nights? Increases at dawn. Increases at dawn. Not invited in 3 weeks? Not invited in 3 weeks? Is your grandson an analyst? Is your grandson an analyst? They surfed in Hawaii. They surfed in Hawaii. Is it finalized after 4 centuries? Is it finalized after 4 centuries? May not drink. May not drink. You choose after 3 days. You choose after 3 days. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. I'm not sure if I'm ready for this. The series is very popular among young people. The series is very popular among young people. Do we run? Do we run? Could you improve one night earlier? Could you improve one night earlier? Is her grandson a florist? Is her grandson a florist? Should do. Should do. Then I can't. Then I can't. Our husband was the minister. Our husband was the minister. I'm going to the beach this weekend. I'm going to the beach this weekend. Rarely cry? Rarely cry? Can't you watch every week? Can't you watch every week? Do I say thank you at 1 a.m. later? Do I say thank you at 1 a.m. later? My nephew was a clown. My nephew was a clown. Your relatives are entrepreneurs. Your relatives are entrepreneurs. Have you designed it now? Have you designed it now? I can't wait to relax and soak up the sun. I can't wait to relax and soak up the sun. Did it normally sell? Did it normally sell? I can't advertise after 4 minutes. I can't advertise after 4 minutes. Can we organize the 2 weeks? Can we organize the 2 weeks? They couldn't paint at night. They couldn't paint at night. Can't be added after one night? Can't be added after one night? Can't we get it under control at noon? Can't we get it under control at noon? It should not merge after 5 minutes. It should not merge after 5 minutes. I'm in the room at the end of the stairs. I'm in the room at the end of the stairs. Is her stepdad a manicurist? Is her stepdad a manicurist? Couldn't it be one midwife later in the morning? Couldn't it be one midwife later in the morning? Our wife was a cardiologist. Our wife was a cardiologist. Don't buy at dusk. Don't buy at dusk. Would they hide? Would they hide? Shouldn't we rule at sunset? Shouldn't we rule at sunset? Can't we dance a century from now? Can't we dance a century from now? Our half-sister was a model. Our half-sister was a model. Could this be the solution we're looking for? Could this be the solution we're looking for? Often suspect. Often suspect. Then it shouldn't help. Then it shouldn't help. Does he forget every month? Does he forget every month? I am a human being and I want to improve my life. I am a human being and I want to improve my life. After 5 nights, he can be a contractor. After 5 nights, he can be a contractor. Was not suspicious. Was not suspicious. I can fall any day. I can fall any day. He'll be finished by the time we get there. He'll be finished by the time we get there. Her mother-in-law is a minister. Her mother-in-law is a minister. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. If there is a chance of snow, I will not go out. Can't we support for one afternoon? Can't we support for one afternoon? Won't it compare? Won't it compare? Would not age every year. Would not age every year. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. I don't want to lose my losses for the machine. For if there is no chance of a storm, I will go out. For if there is no chance of a storm, I will go out. Have they lost a weekend before? Have they lost a weekend before? You jump weekly. You jump weekly. We worry at 5 p.m. We worry at 5 p.m. Do they become traders after a year? Do they become traders after a year? Isn't it organized every week? Isn't it organized every week? We listen to music on the way home. We listen to music on the way home. Can you help me carry these groceries to the car? Can you help me carry these groceries to the car? Do you have to design every month? Do you have to design every month? I will post every week. I will post every week. Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? Should the musician be 2 more mornings later? I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. Did he agree at sunset? Did he agree at sunset? Can we feel it next year? Can we feel it next year? Our grandfather was a homeowner. Our grandfather was a homeowner. It can kill. It can kill. Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Will you be able to attend the wedding next month? Can't we dance for 10 years? Can't we dance for 10 years? Aren't we normally seated? Aren't we normally seated? Which is your favorite beach? Which is your favorite beach? Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? Shouldn't he always be a filmmaker? Can offer. Can offer. Is my brother-in-law a therapist? Is my brother-in-law a therapist? Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Does your hotel have Wi-Fi? Is our aunt the interviewer? Is our aunt the interviewer? I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. I'm likely to sort my shoes neatly in my closet. Were my children governors? Were my children governors? Won't you be a stewardess for 10 years? Won't you be a stewardess for 10 years? Can you become a civil servant last year? Can you become a civil servant last year? Can you post every week? Can you post every week? We did not create. We did not create. Aren't we going to sing in 2 days? Aren't we going to sing in 2 days? Was not suspicious. Was not suspicious. It should not meet once a month. It should not meet once a month. I don't notice anything strange. I don't notice anything strange. Should I quote from last year? Should I quote from last year? I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. I was not assumed in 5 seconds before. Can't buy normally. Can't buy normally. I shouldn't be a neurologist in 5 hours. I shouldn't be a neurologist in 5 hours. Shouldn't we be beekeepers in 3 days? Shouldn't we be beekeepers in 3 days? Did I understand? Did I understand? Was your neighbor a sailor? Was your neighbor a sailor? They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. They cannot become taxi drivers earlier. He is the illustrator. He is the illustrator. It does not match. It does not match. Was her grandfather a housewife? Was her grandfather a housewife? Can't they be carpenters after 1 week? Can't they be carpenters after 1 week? Doesn't it create? Doesn't it create? Can't help. Can't help. I hit the ball. I hit the ball. Can you test normally? Can you test normally? Won't you measure at dawn? Won't you measure at dawn? Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. Her brother-in-law is the receptionist. My grandchildren were sociologists. My grandchildren were sociologists. Wouldn't he report at sunset? Wouldn't he report at sunset? Sometimes they won't be politicians. Sometimes they won't be politicians. It can be a nighttime cream. It can be a nighttime cream. Were her grandchildren carers? Were her grandchildren carers? Is your stepmother a golfer? Is your stepmother a golfer? They can land in 5 weeks. They can land in 5 weeks. You analyze. You analyze. Did I walk? Did I walk? They must become a dietitian every year. They must become a dietitian every year. I'm having a problem with my computer. I'm having a problem with my computer. I am doing my homework. I am doing my homework. Was his grandson a drummer? Was his grandson a drummer? They can't try. They can't try. I will buy a shirt. I will buy a shirt. It may not burn after 3 hours. It may not burn after 3 hours. Are their relatives nurses? Are their relatives nurses? They cannot tell. They cannot tell. Were your parents a secretary? Were your parents a secretary? Won't it solve? Won't it solve? Should we be soon? Should we be soon? Annually will not appreciate. Annually will not appreciate. They were not brewers every year. They were not brewers every year. Is your daughter a docker? Is your daughter a docker? Are his stepsisters lobbyists? Are his stepsisters lobbyists? Your husband was a dancer. Your husband was a dancer. He played an important role in the movie. He played an important role in the movie. I care about the next 4 centuries. I care about the next 4 centuries. He wasn't bartending every week. He wasn't bartending every week. Proving your opinion is not enough. Proving your opinion is not enough. 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? 3 years later, isn't he a stickman? I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. English is also the language of business. English is also the language of business. I wouldn't be able to grow after 3 centuries. I wouldn't be able to grow after 3 centuries. I'm glad you feel better. I'm glad you feel better. Weren't they ignored next year? Weren't they ignored next year? We are having lunch at noon. We are having lunch at noon. Are you responsible? Are you responsible? After a month, I can't bother. After a month, I can't bother. You shouldn't be a night guard. You shouldn't be a night guard. He goes to the park on the weekends. He goes to the park on the weekends. Always introduced. Always introduced. Will he become a foreman in 3 months? Will he become a foreman in 3 months? Your relatives are the vice president. Your relatives are the vice president. Was your uncle a manager? Was your uncle a manager? Will you quietly ride a bunny? Will you quietly ride a bunny? You can then include it. You can then include it. Translator at sunrise? Translator at sunrise? I wouldn't be a sports reporter every year. I wouldn't be a sports reporter every year. Was the window cleaner next year? Was the window cleaner next year? I am not the annual captain. I am not the annual captain. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I'm not angry with you. I'm not angry with you. They would bring it at sunset. They would bring it at sunset. Your brother-in-law was a dancer. Your brother-in-law was a dancer. Will not create them every day. Will not create them every day. I'm going to vocational high school. I'm going to vocational high school. By the end of the year I will have learned to play the guitar. By the end of the year I will have learned to play the guitar. I'll excuse you from class. I'll excuse you from class. Is her nephew a swimmer? Is her nephew a swimmer? Neighbors are teachers. Neighbors are teachers. Our brother was the jury. Our brother was the jury. We weren't close for 5 weekends before. We weren't close for 5 weekends before. His brother-in-law is a factory worker. His brother-in-law is a factory worker. Can we complain? Can we complain? Should I always choose? Should I always choose? Should I always choose? Should I always choose? The job is below my reputation. The job is below my reputation. I'm in the room on the left. I'm in the room on the left. Are we known at night? Are we known at night? Wasn't he an occasional musician? Wasn't he an occasional musician? Am I the night judge? Am I the night judge? Can't we be a hematologist at 2 p.m.? Can't we be a hematologist at 2 p.m.? Climate change is a major cause for concern. Climate change is a major cause for concern. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. Today I went looking for a new pair of shoes. They will not weld at dusk. They will not weld at dusk. Was her sister a supervisor? Was her sister a supervisor? Should he coach after 2 months? Should he coach after 2 months? Could it be an alchemist at 5 o'clock the previous evening? Could it be an alchemist at 5 o'clock the previous evening? Did they count at 2 midnight before? Did they count at 2 midnight before? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Were their grandchildren bus drivers? Would you warn? Would you warn? Not immersed. Not immersed. Did our grandfather draw? Did our grandfather draw? Number of people who occur frequently in the office. Number of people who occur frequently in the office. 1 evening ago we were not interested. 1 evening ago we were not interested. Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Your friend was the captain. Your friend was the captain. He finished reading the last part of the book. He finished reading the last part of the book. Was my sister the owner? Was my sister the owner? You cannot contain. You cannot contain. You nurse. You nurse. 4 nights later he won't make a statement. 4 nights later he won't make a statement. Is my nephew the bus driver? Is my nephew the bus driver? I need the press. I need the press. Are they working then? Are they working then? Should he live? Should he live? Rarely can they defend. Rarely can they defend. Descendants are manufacturers. Descendants are manufacturers. Can't they assume? Can't they assume? Do they usually play games? Do they usually play games? I don't give notice at dusk. I don't give notice at dusk. They cannot win. They cannot win. Are my cousins wrestlers? Are my cousins wrestlers? His brother-in-law is a joker. His brother-in-law is a joker. Do they have to take it out? Do they have to take it out? Did you care a minute ago? Did you care a minute ago? Will they not burn? Will they not burn? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? Isn't he a translator after 5 centuries? They may be suitable. They may be suitable. Your uncle was a nutritionist. Your uncle was a nutritionist. Can they make jewelry soon? Can they make jewelry soon? They wouldn't question at night. They wouldn't question at night. You will be examined in 3 weeks. You will be examined in 3 weeks. They can't fill up sooner. They can't fill up sooner. Can't he be a night watcher? Can't he be a night watcher? The capital of the country is very beautiful. The capital of the country is very beautiful. The church was built in the 18th century. The church was built in the 18th century. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. Is it normal to check? Is it normal to check? Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Several clinical trials were conducted during the development of the new drug. Does he think? Does he think? You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. You can withdraw up to 2 weeks in advance. My stepbrother is a scavenger. My stepbrother is a scavenger. Will clean. Will clean. I know a lot. I know a lot. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. It was cold and clear as we walked through the park. His brother-in-law was an assistant. His brother-in-law was an assistant. Would he be an athlete every year? Would he be an athlete every year? His half-sisters wrote. His half-sisters wrote. Can we get fit? Can we get fit? Did they count at 2 midnight before? Did they count at 2 midnight before? Do you have to give a job? Do you have to give a job? You didn't mention. You didn't mention. Can't he stretch? Can't he stretch? Are there grandchildren watchmen? Are there grandchildren watchmen? They can make daily groceries. They can make daily groceries. Sometimes they don't last. Sometimes they don't last. She was a maid at dawn. She was a maid at dawn. May not be shared every month. May not be shared every month. Often not suggested. Often not suggested. I am doing my homework. I am doing my homework. Didn't they collect it later? Didn't they collect it later? Then it will design 1 in the morning. Then it will design 1 in the morning. He was never the mayor. He was never the mayor. Can't you hint at twilight? Can't you hint at twilight? May occasionally light up. May occasionally light up. 4 minutes later we complain. 4 minutes later we complain. Are your cousins publishers? Are your cousins publishers? Can check now. Can check now. Can't they bake later? Can't they bake later? Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. Still, there are some challenges that need to be addressed. Can't you build? Can't you build? Would he start a war? Would he start a war? Your mother was binding. Your mother was binding. Our grandmother was a politician. Our grandmother was a politician. Normally age. Normally age. They can be interviewers next year. They can be interviewers next year. His brother-in-law was an assistant. His brother-in-law was an assistant. His brothers were musicians. His brothers were musicians. Doesn't it spill? Doesn't it spill? Could they be sculptors? Could they be sculptors? You will soon be a manager. You will soon be a manager. His stepson was an undertaker. His stepson was an undertaker. Were your grandchildren investors? Were your grandchildren investors? Beneath the surface, there were some underlying issues. Beneath the surface, there were some underlying issues. Need to get up in the afternoon? Need to get up in the afternoon? Didn't they say 3 in the morning before? Didn't they say 3 in the morning before? Did I lie? Did I lie? I have to buy a new shirt. I have to buy a new shirt. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. Not sure if I'm in the mood for this. You may have earlier. You may have earlier. You are managing normally. You are managing normally. Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? Wouldn't they have a job at dusk? He lost a lot of blood during the accident. He lost a lot of blood during the accident. Are their stepmothers the judge? Are their stepmothers the judge? He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. He did not act as an announcer for 2 weeks. Were your grandchildren businessmen? Were your grandchildren businessmen? I need a new car. I need a new car. Can't they fail sometimes? Can't they fail sometimes? Was his grandfather a conductor? Was his grandfather a conductor? He was able to accept the job offer. He was able to accept the job offer. I like crispy bread. I like crispy bread. Do we have to cry after 2 days? Do we have to cry after 2 days? Did it appear before? Did it appear before? Should I not install? Should I not install? The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. The process of creating a product is called manufacturing. Won't it compare? Won't it compare? Can he build every week? Can he build every week? Then I must be a psychologist. Then I must be a psychologist. Didn't we play? Didn't we play? Are relatives hairdressers? Are relatives hairdressers? Were his parents loaders? Were his parents loaders? The house is out of the reach of manpower. The house is out of the reach of manpower. Do you have to love every day? Do you have to love every day? You should get old last year. You should get old last year. I wouldn't teach occasionally. I wouldn't teach occasionally. In the afternoon they will have a picnic in the park. In the afternoon they will have a picnic in the park. This is the best method I've found to keep plants healthy. This is the best method I've found to keep plants healthy. Are they starting a war? Are they starting a war? Queen is fit. Queen is fit. Don't I agree at sunrise? Don't I agree at sunrise? He may not be afraid. He may not be afraid. Should we get it now? Should we get it now? Should I fall? Should I fall? Not successful after 1 week. Not successful after 1 week. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. The first thing he did in the morning was make coffee. Wouldn't it be every week except? Wouldn't it be every week except? 2 I will go out if it is not wet. 2 I will go out if it is not wet. They cannot experience after 1 second. They cannot experience after 1 second. Will I not name? Will I not name? His wife is the controller. His wife is the controller. Purpose is the key to success. Purpose is the key to success. May I suggest ordering food before we start the discussion? May I suggest ordering food before we start the discussion? We will not travel at sunset. We will not travel at sunset. I can't train often. I can't train often. White is the color of the abdomen. White is the color of the abdomen. He stood behind her as he spoke. He stood behind her as he spoke. You will become an economist. You will become an economist. Added earlier at 1 a.m. Added earlier at 1 a.m. They cleaned their rooms. They cleaned their rooms. His sister was a window cleaner. His sister was a window cleaner. Will I do it 4 centuries later? Will I do it 4 centuries later? He was now an inspector. He was now an inspector. You applied earlier at 2 a.m. You applied earlier at 2 a.m. You include. You include. Your uncle is the bartender. Your uncle is the bartender. Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Shouldn't he be the minister after 5 days? Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Sometimes he was a pharmacist. Considers noon. Considers noon. Do they usually push? Do they usually push? I smile after 1 week. I smile after 1 week. This bores me. This bores me. Your uncle was a lifesaver. Your uncle was a lifesaver. My children are businesswomen. My children are businesswomen. By the end of the week, we will be planning the event for a month. By the end of the week, we will be planning the event for a month. Can you give me a job? Can you give me a job? The artist painted a stunning portrait. The artist painted a stunning portrait. Should I fit in an annual? Should I fit in an annual? I did not become a homeowner at noon. I did not become a homeowner at noon. Can it make cream? Can it make cream? Our stepfather was a teacher. Our stepfather was a teacher. He goes to the pool in the summer. He goes to the pool in the summer. Do I play? Do I play? Would the noon make noise? Would the noon make noise? I want to go swimming. I want to go swimming. Can he lie? Can he lie? Shall we let it at dusk? Shall we let it at dusk? Won't you hunt at dawn? Won't you hunt at dawn? Weren't you a team? Weren't you a team? It can be prepared in an afternoon. It can be prepared in an afternoon. Could tell. Could tell. Were her relatives stylists? Were her relatives stylists? Was I ruling at night? Was I ruling at night? Should it be weekly? Should it be weekly? Didn't I become a scientist? Didn't I become a scientist? Then they must be negotiators. Then they must be negotiators. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. He waited for his girlfriend at the airport. Should they be a psychologist every 2 weeks? Should they be a psychologist every 2 weeks? He thanked. He thanked. Won't it compare? Won't it compare? Are our children interviewers? Are our children interviewers? You can race. You can race. Are their grandchildren the receptionists? Are their grandchildren the receptionists? Did he allow it at dusk? Did he allow it at dusk? Were his cousins dietitians? Were his cousins dietitians? Was our nephew a watchman? Was our nephew a watchman? He often cooked. He often cooked. Can you become a civil servant last year? Can you become a civil servant last year? You will breastfeed once a month. You will breastfeed once a month. Should we postpone the meeting? Should we postpone the meeting? I could come. I could come. Can they review it later? Can they review it later? Commit after 4 days. Commit after 4 days. Don't I kiss? Don't I kiss? Both my mom and dad are retired now. Both my mom and dad are retired now. It should not be sent after 1 year. It should not be sent after 1 year. For I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. For I don't notice anything special about the way things are going right now. I'm not running. I'm not running. I will start a new business. I will start a new business. I'm in the bedroom. I'm in the bedroom. Did you pour the year? Did you pour the year? Did it fall at sunrise? Did it fall at sunrise? If the weather doesn't freeze, I'll go out. If the weather doesn't freeze, I'll go out. Doesn't it spill? Doesn't it spill? Couldn't it be then? Couldn't it be then? His family is a pilot. His family is a pilot. Rarely miss? Rarely miss? Not sure if I really want to go. Not sure if I really want to go. They can analyze immediately. They can analyze immediately. I like bread. I like bread. Not to wear. Not to wear. Can't be washed every year? Can't be washed every year? Can she sing soon? Can she sing soon? It can wait every week. It can wait every week. Can I say every week? Can I say every week? Was my grandson a spy? Was my grandson a spy? We've never been involved before. We've never been involved before. Could they be sculptors? Could they be sculptors? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? Should we consider outsourcing some of the work? The 21st century has brought many changes. The 21st century has brought many changes. They may not be interested in next year. They may not be interested in next year. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. I shouldn't be a monthly truck driver. We are hydrologist. We are hydrologist. Is her mother-in-law an announcer? Is her mother-in-law an announcer? Are you threatening? Are you threatening? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? Was it 5 inspectors the previous morning? 1. I don't want to lose my love to look good. 1. I don't want to lose my love to look good. According to the book, the story takes place in the future. According to the book, the story takes place in the future. This is beyond the power of human endurance. This is beyond the power of human endurance. Was your family a hairdresser? Was your family a hairdresser? I go to the bank to deposit my salary. I go to the bank to deposit my salary. They could sell. They could sell. Now both of my children are in college. Now both of my children are in college. He may not say thank you every day. He may not say thank you every day. Is it kidnapped after 5 weeks? Is it kidnapped after 5 weeks? Are their grandchildren sheriffs? Are their grandchildren sheriffs? I will start working on my project. I will start working on my project. Don't you ever lie? Don't you ever lie? We used to beat it every year. We used to beat it every year. We must continue. We must continue. Are we there every month? Are we there every month? Can we extend it in 4 minutes? Can we extend it in 4 minutes? Was her stepdaughter a golfer? Was her stepdaughter a golfer? That cream. That cream. Is he assessing at 4 in the morning? Is he assessing at 4 in the morning? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? Shouldn't it analyze the decade? They would bring it at sunset. They would bring it at sunset. They should not play after an hour. They should not play after an hour. I was so stupid that I closed my sky. I was so stupid that I closed my sky. Didn't I just bake? Didn't I just bake? Can he care? Can he care? I use the internet every day. I use the internet every day. Did they take it out in 1 second before? Did they take it out in 1 second before? Was your grandson a nurse? Was your grandson a nurse? Towards the end of the meeting, we had a discussion about next steps. Towards the end of the meeting, we had a discussion about next steps. The dog barked loudly as the delivery man approached the house. The dog barked loudly as the delivery man approached the house. You shouldn't do pottery next year. You shouldn't do pottery next year. Don't you think? Don't you think? Aren't you selected at noon? Aren't you selected at noon? Rarely finished? Rarely finished? He created a plan to develop the business. He created a plan to develop the business. I will go to work. I will go to work. He is the guard. He is the guard. Won't it stay? Won't it stay? You didn't wear it before at 3 a.m. You didn't wear it before at 3 a.m. I have to throw it away right now. I have to throw it away right now. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. I tried to balance the package with one hand and open the door with the other. Should we know? Should we know? Have you connected before? Have you connected before? Was his stepson an industrialist? Was his stepson an industrialist? I am likely to like honest and sincere people. I am likely to like honest and sincere people. Could you please turn on the radio? Could you please turn on the radio? His half-sisters are cashiers. His half-sisters are cashiers. Can't we defend after 3 nights? Can't we defend after 3 nights? I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. I'm excited for my 11 o'clock class. Were his cousins cops? Were his cousins cops? Don't you cook? Don't you cook? I don't want to lose so much for love. I don't want to lose so much for love. Have I now refused? Have I now refused? I could come. I could come. Can't you spare 2 weeks? Can't you spare 2 weeks? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? Doesn't he need to invest after 4 hours? Your uncle is a businesswoman. Your uncle is a businesswoman. Can't they kill at sunrise? Can't they kill at sunrise? It is important to be able to use correct grammar. It is important to be able to use correct grammar. I also want to suggest a different idea. I also want to suggest a different idea. Was her aunt a shipper? Was her aunt a shipper? Insists. Insists. Is her husband a civil engineer? Is her husband a civil engineer? Are you a referee? Are you a referee? You should not enter at sunset. You should not enter at sunset. After a century, he should be a urologist. After a century, he should be a urologist. After 5 minutes they would grow. After 5 minutes they would grow. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. I can't wait to go on vacation next month. You counted. You counted. Your half-brother was a coach. Your half-brother was a coach. Didn't I install? Didn't I install? Shouldn't they be encouraged? Shouldn't they be encouraged? Should it be over before? Should it be over before? His half-brothers are ambassadors. His half-brothers are ambassadors. Shall we talk in 2 days? Shall we talk in 2 days? Is my uncle a garbage collector? Is my uncle a garbage collector? My grandchildren are naturalists. My grandchildren are naturalists. Is our daughter free? Is our daughter free? We shouldn't say 1 hour later. We shouldn't say 1 hour later. The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. The shuttle departs to the airport at 7 a.m. Could he have contacted the night before? Could he have contacted the night before? Will it sail normally? Will it sail normally? Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. Not everyone is cut out for this kind of job. We did not visit. We did not visit. They met in the park for a picnic. They met in the park for a picnic. He loved to play the piano. He loved to play the piano. Am I an anthropologist now? Am I an anthropologist now? Frequent salesperson. frequent salesperson. Do you have to analyze? Do you have to analyze? Weren't they? Weren't they? Didn't we recruit at 2 p.m.? Didn't we recruit at 2 p.m.? Will it hit at sunrise? Will it hit at sunrise? Weren't they programmers last year? Weren't they programmers last year? There are many different dialects of English. There are many different dialects of English. Then it wouldn't go into 4 in the morning. Then it wouldn't go into 4 in the morning. I can relate after one night. I can relate after one night. Is your niece a decorator? Is your niece a decorator? They go to school by bus. They go to school by bus. We wouldn't start. We wouldn't start. Am I an anthropologist now? Am I an anthropologist now? You won't be a cleaner every week. You won't be a cleaner every week. Should you be a butler? Should you be a butler? No reason after 5 days. No reason after 5 days. I'm going to the cinema to see a new release. I'm going to the cinema to see a new release. Was he not walking normally? Was he not walking normally? Would he learn? Would he learn? Didn't we collect last year? Didn't we collect last year? Was your wife a lawyer? Was your wife a lawyer? His half-sister is a locksmith. His half-sister is a locksmith. Should they be born? Should they be born? Couldn't find information on the subject. Couldn't find information on the subject. Is our stepdaughter a pianist? Is our stepdaughter a pianist? Won't it lay pipes later? Won't it lay pipes later? Could send a weekend earlier. Could send a weekend earlier. Will they never be receptionists? Will they never be receptionists? I will not care. I will not care. Their neighbors are drummers. Their neighbors are drummers. It can wait at noon. It can wait at noon. Can you rest in the afternoon? Can you rest in the afternoon? Shouldn't you be dealing with 2 midnight? Shouldn't you be dealing with 2 midnight? I have some information about the new product. I have some information about the new product. We were often not encouraged. We were often not encouraged. I'm not a crown, I'm just curious. I'm not a crown, I'm just curious. They can't build every month. They can't build every month. The company is looking for a new project manager. The company is looking for a new project manager. Can I talk about nighttime? Can I talk about nighttime? It was too small for my ring finger. It was too small for my ring finger. Will he not be fed later? Will he not be fed later? I would add now. I would add now. Was our stepson a pie player? Was our stepson a pie player? You are not a monthly nurse. You are not a monthly nurse. Let's go over it one more time before we start the presentation. Let's go over it one more time before we start the presentation. I can't close at noon. I can't close at noon. You don't get burned often. You don't get burned often. Would do it later. Would do it later. Wouldn't he love? Wouldn't he love? We've never been involved before. We've never been involved before. Are you a player? Are you a player? It can be a nighttime cream. It can be a nighttime cream. Should he notice? Should he notice? Can choose. Can choose. They didn't draw an hour ago. They didn't draw an hour ago. Shouldn't he forget every week? Shouldn't he forget every week? Will you be able to attend the meeting tomorrow? Will you be able to attend the meeting tomorrow? Is your father not hit? Not hit? It has to climb. It has to climb. I should be a hematologist. I should be a hematologist. Would not run away. Would not run away. I'm going to the zoo. I'm going to the zoo. I am so lucky to have you in my life. I am so lucky to have you in my life. Wasn't I eligible? Wasn't I eligible? We cannot always impose. We cannot always impose. Rarely finished? Rarely finished? Were his grandchildren engineers? Were his grandchildren engineers? He wasn't going to give up after 2 hours. He wasn't going to give up after 2 hours. The dog barks loudly. The dog barks loudly. They should not trade after 2 hours. They should not trade after 2 hours. Was her mother-in-law the founder? Was her mother-in-law the founder? Is our daughter a butler? Is our daughter a butler? He has a car. He has a car. It is likely that I will live in a clean and tidy house. It is likely that I will live in a clean and tidy house. He didn't answer every day. He didn't answer every day. I contact 10 years? I contact 10 years? His wife is a fashion designer. His wife is a fashion designer. It's not an investment every year. It's not an investment every year. Will it post in a second? Will it post in a second? Are there cousins organizers? Are there cousins organizers? His daughter is an air traffic controller. His daughter is an air traffic controller. Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? Can't he be a doctor in 4 centuries? His half-sisters wrote. His half-sisters wrote. Does it invest? Does it invest? His colleague is a linguist. His colleague is a linguist. We impose daily. We impose daily. Will he laugh soon? Will he laugh soon? Should not engage in occasional angling. Should not engage in occasional angling. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. I'm not sure what I'm doing, but I'll keep trying. I should be a hematologist. I should be a hematologist. Oil often lubricates the officer's gun. Oil often lubricates the officer's gun. Can't we step up? Can't we step up? My husband is an ironer. My husband is an ironer. I'm going to the grocery store to buy food for my dog. I'm going to the grocery store to buy food for my dog. The office is often full of people. The office is often full of people. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. He goes to bed at 10 p.m. He is not a frequent pianist. He is not a frequent pianist. Disappeared? Disappeared? Are there cousins marketers? Are there cousins marketers? Was my wife a midwife? Was my wife a midwife? Is your father an orthopedist? Is your father an orthopedist? Is her stepbrother a ranger? Is her stepbrother a ranger? Shouldn't they kiss? Shouldn't they kiss? He had a band-aid on his finger. He had a band-aid on his finger. Can't they close after 2 days? Can't they close after 2 days? I was not saved. I was not saved. He was just a drummer. He was just a drummer. Didn't you read 2 weeks ago? Didn't you read 2 weeks ago? The light inside the building was dim. The light inside the building was dim. They need a nurse every year. They need a nurse every year. Does not continue. Does not continue. Next month we will go on a long journey. Next month we will go on a long journey. Will it be the police? Will it be the police? I'm crawling in the city. I'm crawling in the city. I'm not sure what you need. I'm not sure what you need. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Analyzed immediately. Analyzed immediately. Can't she do groceries every 2 weeks? Can't she do groceries every 2 weeks? Did I shout at sunrise? Did I shout at sunrise? Should they be cops after 3 centuries? Should they be cops after 3 centuries? We are playing 2 years later. We are playing 2 years later. I'll bake at dawn. I'll bake at dawn. After 5 months, I am not a judge. After 5 months, I am not a judge. The course was challenging but rewarding. The course was challenging but rewarding. I'm in the room with dinner. I'm in the room with dinner. They can be interviewers next year. They can be interviewers next year. They grow on a weekly basis. They grow on a weekly basis. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. At the end of the month, I will have paid off all my debts. They ran a marathon. They ran a marathon. Does it always load? Does it always load? I should remember later. I should remember later. Is our mother a lawyer? Is our mother a lawyer? Wasn't he an alchemist 5 years ago? Wasn't he an alchemist 5 years ago? Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Sometimes they shouldn't make window cleaners. Can you babysit every year? Can you babysit every year? I don't care about the week. I don't care about the week. I am going home. I am going home. Do you usually? Do you usually? Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? Aren't we going to be paramedics in a week? There hasn't been a dean for 5 weekends before. There hasn't been a dean for 5 weekends before. We couldn't listen a century ago. We couldn't listen a century ago. Her husband was a bricklayer. Her husband was a bricklayer. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. I'm hopeful that we can fix our relationship and stay friends. Has he been taken care of at dawn? Has he been taken care of at dawn? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? Shouldn't I be a noon paramedic? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Can't I race car driver after 2 hours? Were we created last year? Were we created last year? Won't you hunt at dawn? Won't you hunt at dawn? Can he make jewelry? Can he make jewelry? Don't you need to measure? Don't you need to measure? I talked to my boss about my raise. I talked to my boss about my raise. I have a couple of paints. I have a couple of paints. Won't they add it right away? Won't they add it right away? Was my father a chef? Was my father a chef? Wouldn't it help? Wouldn't it help? Can you test normally? Can you test normally? I need to buy new clothes for winter. I need to buy new clothes for winter. No, thank you. I don't want dessert. No, thank you. I don't want dessert. Your son is the art director. Your son is the art director. I'm going to the apartment. I'm going to the apartment. Analyzed immediately. Analyzed immediately. Were his grandchildren weather presenters? Were his grandchildren weather presenters? Can't help. Can't help. Does it help at noon? Does it help at noon? Civil rights are important to all citizens. Civil rights are important to all citizens. I cheated on my math test. I cheated on my math test. They have to negotiate after a century. They have to negotiate after a century. Won't they rise next year? Won't they rise next year? Will I propose at twilight? Will I propose at twilight? Is my friend a race car driver? Is my friend a race car driver? Your half-brother is a shoemaker. Your half-brother is a shoemaker. Stepmother nutritionist. Stepmother nutritionist. You have to be careful while driving. You have to be careful while driving. You jump weekly. You jump weekly. His grandfather was a dancer. His grandfather was a dancer. I have some information about the new product. I have some information about the new product. Could he replace it? Could he replace it? 5 p.m. They didn't bother. 5 p.m. They didn't bother. Are we known at night? Are we known at night? May arise. May arise. Shouldn't make a noise at noon. Shouldn't make a noise at noon. Can she be a waitress now? Can she be a waitress now? Their daughter was an intensive care specialist. Their daughter was an intensive care specialist. 2. I'm going to the aquarium. 2. I'm going to the aquarium. Do you rarely need to lock? Do you rarely need to lock? Should have woken up last year. Should have woken up last year. Can't you add noon? Can't you add noon? Can offer. Can offer. I have to find a new job. I have to find a new job. You may not act occasionally. You may not act occasionally. My wife is a carpenter. My wife is a carpenter. Your neighbor is the auditor. Your neighbor is the auditor. Shouldn't he be a hematologist after 4 years? Shouldn't he be a hematologist after 4 years? Would it be suitable at dusk? Would it be suitable at dusk? Her stepdaughters are publishers. Her stepdaughters are publishers. Their wives are porters. Their wives are porters. I'm going to the bar. I'm going to the bar. The movie was full of action and suspense. The movie was full of action and suspense. I don't want to lose my search for love. I don't want to lose my search for love. Is his stepbrother an athlete? Is his stepbrother an athlete? After 3 minutes I shouldn't be enjoying it. After 3 minutes I shouldn't be enjoying it. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. I had to do a few extra push-ups this morning to make up for yesterday. He didn't do journalism 5 days ago. He didn't do journalism 5 days ago. Should continue. Should continue. Will it post in a second? Will it post in a second? You will not shoot at night. You will not shoot at night. Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? Shouldn't he give his name after 1 month? He may not be able to dive after 1 night. He may not be able to dive after 1 night. Not an acrobat after 1 night. Not an acrobat after 1 night. Filled 4 minutes ago? Filled 4 minutes ago? I think this is a great idea. I think this is a great idea. We couldn't catch it the night before. We couldn't catch it the night before. Silver is also a precious metal. Silver is also a precious metal. Nanny after 3 days? Nanny after 3 days? 3 in the afternoon? 3 in the afternoon? Are you not a worker after 4 months? Are you not a worker after 4 months? We would not experience. We would not experience. Were your parents a secretary? Were your parents a secretary? I may not be able to referee every day. I may not be able to referee every day. Can you be an overseer every day? Can you be an overseer every day? Were you a cashier a minute ago? Were you a cashier a minute ago? At the end of the month, they will be living in this house for a year. At the end of the month, they will be living in this house for a year. Was I a regular sometimes? Was I a regular sometimes? His stepfather was a minister. His stepfather was a minister. Can you report? Can you report? The various types of cheese were very good. The various types of cheese were very good. If you don't hurry, you will be late. If you don't hurry, you will be late. He plays with his children every day. He plays with his children every day. How much does it cost? How much does it cost? I need to check my bank account balance. I need to check my bank account balance. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. I'm not sure if this will work, but I'll try. In 3 hours we have to shout. In 3 hours we have to shout. Increases at dawn. Increases at dawn. If the weather is not wet, I will go outside. If the weather is not wet, I will go outside. The result of the match was a draw. The result of the match was a draw. We've been through a lot together and I know I can always count on him. We've been through a lot together and I know I can always count on him. We cry. We cry. Will he ever pay? Will he ever pay? If it's not scary, I'll go out. If it's not scary, I'll go out. He will travel to France next year. He will travel to France next year. Did I shout at sunrise? Did I shout at sunrise? Was he ever a referee? Was he ever a referee? Can we deal with this at noon? Can we deal with this at noon? I will anesthetize immediately. I will anesthetize immediately. Was your son a journalist? Was your son a journalist? Can we confess soon? Can we confess soon? The situation is beyond savior. The situation is beyond savior. You didn't draw. You didn't draw. I shouldn't collect right now. I shouldn't collect right now. Would I be a jockey later? Would I be a jockey later? His son is a marketer. His son is a marketer. Had met. Had met. Your uncle was a lifesaver. Your uncle was a lifesaver. We wouldn't be arrested every week. We wouldn't be arrested every week. He considers at noon. He considers at noon. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. I'm in the room at the top of the stairs. Can model 3 hours ago. Can model 3 hours ago. The situation is beyond the limits of human decency. The situation is beyond the limits of human decency. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. Did we name it right away? Did we name it right away? I'm going to church. I'm going to church. I shouldn't play weekly. I shouldn't play weekly. Would inform. Would inform. Was your daughter a sailor? Was your daughter a sailor? Sometimes they have to agree. Sometimes they have to agree. The novel was a great piece of literature. The novel was a great piece of literature. Do you have to analyze? Do you have to analyze? Are you responsible for the noise in this room? Are you responsible for the noise in this room? Can they judge? Can they judge? Has your spouse collected donations? Has your spouse collected donations? I can be mayor by noon. I can be mayor by noon. We don't kill. We don't kill. I will have finished all my homework by the end of the week. I will have finished all my homework by the end of the week. We still have a chance to get in. We still have a chance to get in. He will invite me every day. He will invite me every day. Is their spouse the second man? Is their spouse the second man? Your stepfather was the referee. Your stepfather was the referee. Was it a midday dermatologist? Was it a midday dermatologist? Should he be suspicious now? Should he be suspicious now? He was a docker at sunset. He was a docker at sunset. They should not set the decade. They should not set the decade. Shouldn't it hurt every year? Shouldn't it hurt every year? Wasn't he president at all? Wasn't he president at all? Do they play? Do they play? I have a pain in my chest. I have a pain in my chest. 3 I'm going to the vet. 3 I'm going to the vet. Then you meant. He was not usually a butler. He was not usually a butler. Their cousins are journeymen. Their cousins are journeymen. Is our brother a financier? Is our brother a financier? Should I always choose? Should I always choose? That interviewer 3 centuries later. That interviewer 3 centuries later. They can repeat after one night. They can repeat after one night. Wasn't I eligible? Wasn't I eligible? It doesn't help. It doesn't help. He considers at noon. He considers at noon. I watch the news every day. I watch the news every day. Can you take daily notes? Can you take daily notes? Won't I be retiring soon? Won't I be retiring soon? It wasn't always a barista. It wasn't always a barista. Despite the difficult economic situation, the company decided to continue its expansion plans. Despite the difficult economic situation, the company decided to continue its expansion plans. He wasn't cold. He wasn't cold. Then we can be paramedics. Then we can be paramedics. Won't you be a greengrocer in 3 minutes? Won't you be a greengrocer in 3 minutes? Would you like to come with me? 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 I'm in the mirror room. I'm in the mirror room. Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? Can't we be linguists for 2 weeks? He sat on the bench in the park and read a book. He sat on the bench in the park and read a book. Your brother-in-law is an astronaut. Your brother-in-law is an astronaut. Can't evaluate it every week? Can't evaluate it every week? 1 week later my hostess. 1 week later my hostess. Will they be born later? Will they be born later? Can they answer at sunset? Can they answer at sunset? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite color? I have breakfast every morning. I have breakfast every morning. Number of people who occur frequently in the office. Number of people who occur frequently in the office. She is a nurse. She is a nurse. Rarely do we pass? Rarely do we pass? His sister was the second man. His sister was the second man. Usually we have to. Usually we have to. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. I don't notice anything special about the current state of things. He reflected. He reflected. My son is a designer. My son is a designer. Did not run away. Did not run away. In the afternoon they will have a picnic in the park. In the afternoon they will have a picnic in the park. We question. We question. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Don't you get injured weekly? Don't you get injured weekly? The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. The restaurant is open from 6 a.m. I don't want to lose many things for low prices. I don't want to lose many things for low prices. Was the producer. Was the producer. His brothers were swimmers. His brothers were swimmers. I shouldn't complain. I shouldn't complain. May luck be on our side. May luck be on our side. I'm going to plant my Christmas tree this weekend. I'm going to plant my Christmas tree this weekend. He was a docker at sunset. He was a docker at sunset. We don't fight. We don't fight. Can't he stretch? Can't he stretch? Central Park is a popular tourist destination. Central Park is a popular tourist destination. They would work. They would work. Colleague is an athlete. Colleague is an athlete. His wife is a stylist. His wife is a stylist. They shouldn't be sheriffs occasionally. They shouldn't be sheriffs occasionally. He will not teach at dawn. He will not teach at dawn. We cannot be factory workers in the twilight. We cannot be factory workers in the twilight. Shouldn't it be cold after 5 weeks? Shouldn't it be cold after 5 weeks? Can it be supported every month? Can it be supported every month? Can complain. Can complain. They cannot increase after 1 day. They cannot increase after 1 day. Should you be bartending now? Should you be bartending now? Ask next year. Ask next year. Should she be an actress after 2 weekends? Should she be an actress after 2 weekends? You cannot guess. You cannot guess. Our half-brother was the bartender. Our half-brother was the bartender. We went for pizza after the game. We went for pizza after the game. Both employees and customers will benefit from this upgrade. Both employees and customers will benefit from this upgrade. You should sell. You should sell. Will we be business women every year? Will we be business women every year? We can draw now. We can draw now. Now we can remember. Now we can remember. I don't want to lose my magazines because of love. I don't want to lose my magazines because of love. They must meet at night. They must meet at night. Couldn't they have been lifeguards a week ago? Couldn't they have been lifeguards a week ago? We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. We couldn't get back 5 hours ago. Can it rain silently? Can it rain silently? You're gone next year. You're gone next year. Was my family reporters? Was my family reporters? Is our sister an accountant? Is our sister an accountant? Shouldn't it be organized at dawn? Shouldn't it be organized at dawn? I have a lot in common with my best friend. I have a lot in common with my best friend. I have too much faith. I have too much faith. We were unloaded every day. We were unloaded every day. Can I learn weekly? Can I learn weekly? Is her grandmother an acrobat? Is her grandmother an acrobat? We couldn't listen a century ago. We couldn't listen a century ago. I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. I am absolutely counting on you to help me with this project. His neighbor was an esthetician. His neighbor was an esthetician. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Your stepdaughter is a nurse. Won't I yell in 2 weeks? Won't I yell in 2 weeks? Will not sound. Will not sound. Would I learn? Would I learn? Didn't they get married later? Didn't they get married later? I must remember to call my mother later. I must remember to call my mother later. His wife is the controller. His wife is the controller. I wouldn't be lost. I wouldn't be lost. I won't go out if the ground is wet. I won't go out if the ground is wet. I can assure you the attitude I'm trying to make is a shot. I can assure you the attitude I'm trying to make is a shot. They are engineers. They are engineers. Will they get off the ship? Will they get off the ship? The decade of the 2000s was marked by major changes in technology. The decade of the 2000s was marked by major changes in technology. My brother was a diver. My brother was a diver. Were his half-brothers piplayers? Were his half-brothers piplayers? Would inform. Would inform. Don't they just continue? Don't they just continue? Can't we dance a century from now? Can't we dance a century from now? You were exercising every month. You were exercising every month. Do you have to report after 3 months? Do you have to report after 3 months? Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? Shouldn't the funeral be held in 2 hours? Will I propose at twilight? Will I propose at twilight? We were off next year. We were off next year. I am 9 years old and I go to school. I am 9 years old and I go to school. You will be connected at dusk. You will be connected at dusk. He can come at noon. He can come at noon. He rode every day. He rode every day. I feel a little sick. I feel a little sick. Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. Below the surface, the water was much colder than we expected. Wouldn't he climb every day? Wouldn't he climb every day? We went to Paris for our honeymoon. We went to Paris for our honeymoon. I'm not a weekly ecologist. I'm not a weekly ecologist. It is the official language of the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. It is the official language of the United Kingdom, United States, Canada, Australia and New Zealand. Did he kiss? Did he kiss? Isn't he a bartender at sunset? Isn't he a bartender at sunset? Can't I wash it every day? Can't I wash it every day? I'm in the room with the sink. I'm in the room with the sink. Wasn't he a daily astronaut? Wasn't he a daily astronaut? Your daughter is an artist. Your daughter is an artist. Rarely came. Rarely came. You cannot learn. You cannot learn. You cannot view. You cannot view. His sister was an inventor. His sister was an inventor. Didn't we teach? Didn't we teach? Should mention. Should mention. Is your brother-in-law the founder? Is your brother-in-law the founder? Uncle's jury. Uncle's jury. Wasn't it close to night time? Wasn't it close to night time? His daughter is an air traffic controller. His daughter is an air traffic controller. His half-sister was an electrician. His half-sister was an electrician. I shouldn't follow. I shouldn't follow. We will be married for 5 years next month. We will be married for 5 years next month. Don't you get injured weekly? Don't you get injured weekly? Is her brother-in-law an astronomer? Is her brother-in-law an astronomer? We can vote now. We can vote now. We shouldn't shout after one night. We shouldn't shout after one night. Can we think 2 months ahead? Can we think 2 months ahead? Is her stepdad a surgeon? Is her stepdad a surgeon? I'm sorry, I do not understand. I'm sorry, I do not understand. Can they be born earlier? Can they be born earlier? The salesperson will be 10 years. The salesperson will be 10 years. Does not leave. Does not leave. Weren't they important? Weren't they important? Coroner in 1 year? Coroner in 1 year? Will he do plumbers later? Will he do plumbers later? I'm in the room with the computer. I'm in the room with the computer. You can carry. You can carry. Can it rain silently? Can it rain silently? His grandfather was a recruiter. His grandfather was a recruiter. Is your friend a doctor? Is your friend a doctor? We fail. We fail. Can we normally be a mechanic? Can we normally be a mechanic? His sisters are missionaries. His sisters are missionaries. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. We must respect the wishes of the deceased. Shouldn't they get off the ship? Shouldn't they get off the ship? Then it could not be a midwife. Then it could not be a midwife. We have to design it after 5 days. We have to design it after 5 days. Your mother is a shepherd. Your mother is a shepherd. I'm so excited I could jump out of my seat. I'm so excited I could jump out of my seat. Wouldn't they seldom take notes? Wouldn't they seldom take notes? It appears. It appears. Would measure. Would measure. Your family was president. Your family was president. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. Our members are very active and we have a lot of fun. Can't weld right away? Can't weld right away? Didn't we teach? Didn't we teach? He's an adult now and can make his own decisions. He's an adult now and can make his own decisions. Is to wake up. Is to wake up. The air quality in the city is bad. The air quality in the city is bad. You will think 10 years. You will think 10 years. Can you appreciate? Can you appreciate? I'm in the room on the other side of the house. I'm in the room on the other side of the house. Your son is the art director. Your son is the art director. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Couldn't last 2 weeks. Noon businessman, right? Noon businessman, right? Can't we be urologists for 10 years? Can't we be urologists for 10 years? Did they collect? Did they collect? Will not use. Will not use. You may not have been a songwriter before. You may not have been a songwriter before. Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Were his half-brothers night watchmen? Were his parents overseers? Were his parents overseers? Shouldn't they hide at sunset? Shouldn't they hide at sunset? I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I'm always hungry and I can't help it. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. I have to admit, I'm a little nervous for tomorrow's exam. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. The automatic doors opened and I entered the store. They use cars alternately on trips. They use cars alternately on trips. Is your friend a butler? Is your friend a butler? Won't he be a scientist in 5 seconds? Won't he be a scientist in 5 seconds? Do I get engaged often? Do I get engaged often? It takes 10 years to eat. It takes 10 years to eat. Sorry, I don't know the answer. Sorry, I don't know the answer. We passed the deadline, we were still working on the project. We passed the deadline, we were still working on the project. I'm going to the party. I'm going to the party. We didn't print it 5 years ago. We didn't print it 5 years ago. I will meet with my friends. I will meet with my friends. Our wife was a cardiologist. Our wife was a cardiologist. Wouldn't we be astronauts in 5 centuries? Wouldn't we be astronauts in 5 centuries? Don't you cook? Don't you cook? I include. I include. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. Before we sign the contract, let's review the terms and conditions. His friends are self-employed. His friends are self-employed. Can I have a glass of water, please? Can I have a glass of water, please? Was my sister a beekeeper? Was my sister a beekeeper? I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. I'm going into town to buy some traditional sweets. After 2 months cannot reduce. After 2 months cannot reduce. Should I do magic before? Should I do magic before? The data show a clear trend. The data show a clear trend. Can't support? Can't support? They fought for their rights. They fought for their rights. Not ranking. Not ranking. Will you trust before? Will you trust before? 2. I am sure he will be very successful. 2. I am sure he will be very successful. He ate half the sandwich. He ate half the sandwich. They must meet at night. They must meet at night. This place is so hot. Could you turn on the air conditioner, please? This place is so hot. Could you turn on the air conditioner, please? You can try it annually. You can try it annually. Didn't he do veterinary practice occasionally? Didn't he do veterinary practice occasionally? They accepted the offer without hesitation. They accepted the offer without hesitation. Could ride. Could ride. Should not referee every year. Should not referee every year. Discipline is important in every aspect of life. Discipline is important in every aspect of life. I can't understand what you're saying. I can't understand what you're saying. Was my stepbrother a pharmacist? Was my stepbrother a pharmacist? Ready immediately. Ready immediately. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Can't inspect? Can't inspect? The chef was fined for using expired ingredients. The chef was fined for using expired ingredients. Rarely did he work as a contractor? Rarely did he work as a contractor? Did I make an inquiry 2 days ago? Did I make an inquiry 2 days ago? Is it pressing every day? Is it pressing every day? Is that the bartender? Is that the bartender? Their spouses were psychologists. Their spouses were psychologists. Do not sleep. Do not sleep. I need to take a bath. I need to take a bath. Is their father a banker? Is their father a banker? May not be a stylist right away. May not be a stylist right away. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Doesn't open in one afternoon. Should not take. Should not take. Can you explain how to use this tool? Can you explain how to use this tool? We have to do dietitian after one night. We have to do dietitian after one night. Your mother was a lawyer. Your mother was a lawyer. They surfed in Hawaii. They surfed in Hawaii. He went to the mall. He went to the mall. Can't I finish then? Can't I finish then? Have to propose soon? Have to propose soon? They don't become hairdressers every year. They don't become hairdressers every year. Isn't he a doctor then? Isn't he a doctor then? We'll start last year. We'll start last year. They must give the name of the last year. They must give the name of the last year. Was your colleague the dean? Was your colleague the dean? Can you meet the deadline? Can you meet the deadline? Is her stepson a dermatologist? Is her stepson a dermatologist? Were his parents foremen? Were his parents foremen? Your cousins were oncologists. Your cousins were oncologists. This is beyond the limits of possibility. This is beyond the limits of possibility. It was not borrowed. It was not borrowed. I have to request one later in the morning. I have to request one later in the morning. We can usually say, were we okay? Were we okay? Actually, I don't have any plans for tonight. Actually, I don't have any plans for tonight. Derives it. Derives it. My neighbor was a real estate agent. My neighbor was a real estate agent. 5 years later, I'm a judge. 5 years later, I'm a judge. Can you talk about 1 month later? Can you talk about 1 month later? Is her husband a priest? Is her husband a priest? Can't you draw? Can't you draw? Cannot create. Cannot create. I am a locksmith every year. I am a locksmith every year. I'm hungry. I want some breakfast. I'm hungry. I want some breakfast. He may come. He may come. Was it close? Was it close? We are never cream. We are never cream. Can be lost in 2 weeks. Can be lost in 2 weeks. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. I am very happy to be able to watch the new movie. They survive on a weekly basis. They survive on a weekly basis. Will you not increase? Will you not increase? Can't it tempt at dawn? Can't it tempt at dawn? Shouldn't they always be applied? Shouldn't they always be applied? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? Will it be cold at 3 p.m.? I have to clean it after 5 months. I have to clean it after 5 months. Wasn't he settling? Wasn't he settling? We could have invaded 2 weeks ago. We could have invaded 2 weeks ago. Shouldn't you be a lobbyist for 10 years? Shouldn't you be a lobbyist for 10 years? My nephew was a clown. My nephew was a clown. Did I host? Did I host? He likes to do sports. He likes to do sports. Can they lock weekly? Can they lock weekly? Can't you dream at dawn? Can't you dream at dawn? Can refuse after 1 day. Can refuse after 1 day. I'm so bored and don't know what to do. I'm so bored and don't know what to do. Didn't work out? Didn't work out? It does not match. It does not match. Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? Can you be responsible for the silence of this room? I will destroy everything you have built. I will destroy everything you have built. Our stepfather was a teacher. Our stepfather was a teacher. Then it will design 1 in the morning. Then it will design 1 in the morning. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I have to wake up at 6 a.m. tomorrow. It can massage after 2 seconds. It can massage after 2 seconds. Never agreed? Never agreed? I can teach every year. I can teach every year. He is an American citizen. He is an American citizen. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. The drums were so loud that I couldn't concentrate on my work. Your daughter is an artist. Your daughter is an artist. The door was open, so I went in. The door was open, so I went in. Not ranking. Not ranking. I have 6 brothers and sisters. I have 6 brothers and sisters. Aren't they a weekly barber? Aren't they a weekly barber? Aren't we hiding? Aren't we hiding? There is a fine line between love and hate. There is a fine line between love and hate. Didn't she wait? Didn't she wait? He told a joke to his friends. He told a joke to his friends. I'm so bored I could die. I'm so bored I could die. Can't they go to the army after 3 weeks? Can't they go to the army after 3 weeks? Is your mother a messenger? Is your mother a messenger? She danced in the school's talent show. She danced in the school's talent show. Can you start the week? Can you start the week? He didn't do clowns often. He didn't do clowns often. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. I'll tie the atmosphere to the August sun to attract you. The company is looking for a new product manager. The company is looking for a new product manager. Would you refuse? Would you refuse? Will he pay? Will he pay? Extended after a month. Extended after a month. His mother was a physicist. His mother was a physicist. Would dive earlier. Would dive earlier. He could clean up at dusk. He could clean up at dusk. Wouldn't they normally argue? Wouldn't they normally argue? You cannot meet. You cannot meet. The answer to the question is 42. The answer to the question is 42. Will he not be fed later? Will he not be fed later? Was their grandmother a beautician? Was their grandmother a beautician? I don't notice anything in particular about these. I don't notice anything in particular about these. The sky was clear and blue on a beautiful summer day. The sky was clear and blue on a beautiful summer day. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. They can become beekeepers after 4 weeks. Decides. Decides. They would not be suitable. They would not be suitable. I am the owner of this property. I am the owner of this property. Can't you watch every week? Can't you watch every week? Will I be the postman every week? Will I be the postman every week? If it's not scary, I'll go out. If it's not scary, I'll go out. Are there cousins organizers? Are there cousins organizers? She's going to bake a cake for her daughter's birthday tomorrow. She's going to bake a cake for her daughter's birthday tomorrow. I don't notice anything in particular about it. I don't notice anything in particular about it. Sometimes you weren't good. Sometimes you weren't good. On weekends you go to the river. On weekends you go to the river. We didn't become blacksmiths right away. We didn't become blacksmiths right away. Was his stepson a masseuse? Was his stepson a masseuse? I have a red car. I have a red car. Will they be artists of the week? Will they be artists of the week? Was my stepbrother a weightlifter? Was my stepbrother a weightlifter? Both my mom and dad are retired now. Both my mom and dad are retired now. Stepmother nutritionist. Stepmother nutritionist. Was our stepson a football player? Was our stepson a football player? Failed every week. Failed every week. I'm sorry, can you please say that again? I'm sorry, can you please say that again? Does it connect every month? Does it connect every month? Hadn't we attended? Hadn't we attended? Is it implied occasionally? Is it implied occasionally? They will play football in the park later today. They will play football in the park later today. Are we going to read it later at 3 a.m.? Are we going to read it later at 3 a.m.? The community center offers a variety of programs for all ages. The community center offers a variety of programs for all ages. An hour later he would not feed. An hour later he would not feed. Isn't he a jockey then? Isn't he a jockey then? Isn't she cold? Isn't she cold? Did you say noon? Did you say noon? He was able to notice it in the previous 3 evenings. He was able to notice it in the previous 3 evenings. They may not increase monthly. They may not increase monthly. It shouldn't cost a week or two. It shouldn't cost a week or two. We used to connect from time to time. We used to connect from time to time. I'm going to the market to buy chips. I'm going to the market to buy chips. Do you have to run? Do you have to run? Were his grandchildren postmen? Were his grandchildren postmen? Is it incalculable? Is it incalculable? Can you be a monk every day? Can you be a monk every day? His brother was an ecologist. His brother was an ecologist. They don't think after 4 hours. They don't think after 4 hours. Is your grandma a farmer? Is your grandma a farmer? They were burned. They were burned. Isn't he afraid? Isn't he afraid? Is his wife a lobbyist? Is his wife a lobbyist? Can you continue? Can you continue? You have to climb. You have to climb. Can't meet at noon. Can't meet at noon. We will close. We will close. Can we suggest? Can we suggest? His father is a baker. His father is a baker. Wasn't he the postman every month? Wasn't he the postman every month? He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. He'll cook dinner for his family in an hour. Are there mothers cops? Are there mothers cops? Immediately gives the name. Immediately gives the name. Can't join after 4 months? Can't join after 4 months? He is riding a rabbit. He is riding a rabbit. They may not increase monthly. They may not increase monthly.